Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, good morning to all.
Now, as I'm speaking officially. Madame la directrice du Centre international de l'ISSN, chère Gaëlle Becquet.
Mrs. Director of the ISSN International Center, dear Gaëlle Becquet. Dear members of the governing board of ISSN, directors, dear directors of the national centers, dear representatives of UNESCO, of higher education and research, of the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, dear representatives of national libraries, dear representatives of agencies, networks, platforms, and professional communities, dear colleagues of the BNF, ladies and gentlemen. It's with a great pleasure that I welcome you today to the National Library of France on behalf of our president, Gilles Pécaud, who apologizes for not being able to be with us today. He was called by the ministry. On behalf of Philippe Donnet and all our management committee, on behalf of Emmanuel Jaillet, the metadata department head, Marianne Clatin, who heads the dissemination of metadata, Philippe Cantier, in charge of the ISSN Center for France. On behalf of Étienne Agues, Agnès Sapper, Marianne Lacoste, and Isabelle Nadolny, ISSN manager. Without all of them, we couldn't have met today. So I'd like to extend my warmest thanks to them as well as to the international centers. The day this week that started on the 6th of October, it was opened by the annual meeting of the directors, which had not been held in Paris since 1999. We celebrated a commemorative moment. We also had a scientific seminar around the preservation of scholarly publications. It's not by chance that BNF would be hosting such an event. Our country is the founder of ISSN, and for half a century now we've been hosting the International Center. BNF is hosting the France National Center, one of the main contributors to this international organization. We reassert the commitment of France and BNF in international standardization efforts, particularly regarding identifiers such as ISSN. Celebrating this 50th anniversary, it's good to remember what ISSN is about and its role in the world of knowledge. ISSN is an identifier that promotes the preservation and access to countless publications, scholarly or cultural, old or contemporary, in a printed form or digital. With the norm 3297, ISSN allows us to distinguish homonymous titles without ambiguity, to follow the transfer of print to digital, make sure it's correctly referenced in catalogs and distribution systems. ISSN is key for a host of knowledge stakeholders. For publishers, it's a sesame for indexing, disseminating, and sometimes get financial grants. It's essential for libraries because it structures up the management of collections and legal deposit, and for researchers because it enhances the visibility of the published works. But it's for all of society at large that ISSN is key. It helps access the written heritage and gives access to collective memory. For BNF, ISSN is also very important because it's heritage mission, collection, cataloging, and distribution that's tied to the stakes behind serials publishing. So it's like a couple, digitalization and preservation of heritage. Everything that deserves being preserved deserves having an ISSN. It's true. This is really part and parcel of our mission at BNF, legal deposit, identifying publications and preserving them as a collection within the national heritage. The identification of serials is part of an authentication policy, getting identifiers, managing identifiers. ISSN as well, allowing for the identification of people and organizations. ISSN is part of an identifiers ecosystem that makes for the indispensable backbone of open science and the traceability of contents as well, a key notion. In this ecosystem, the role of ISSN centers and national libraries like BNF is also to contribute to the international standardization of identifiers, to beef up interoperability and scientific diversity. As of 2026, we will implement the obligation of legal deposit for born digital documents in France. It's a big step. Lawmakers passed that law to ensure the continuum of heritage collections and not lose all these publishing production that is under digital form. It's obviously the case for periodicals, because publishing of periodicals tends to be more and more digital. At BNF in 2024, for the first time in years, less than 30,000 print titles entered our collection through legal deposit. So we need a digital legal deposit for digital publications with ISSN. We have to ensure interconnection between identification and heritage preservation. The publishing sector is changing quickly. In the face of that, international dialogue is extremely valuable, and I'm sure that the cooperation between ISSN national centers within the network, that will be an opportunity. We'll have the opportunity to discuss that further. Since Cette was born in the 70s, in the midst of the Cold War, cooperation is part of ISSN DNA. Every country, via its national center, has responsibility on the publications born on its territory, and the whole network makes up the international network. We have to keep on a dialogue, like if a title changes its country of publishing, the center must change as well. Now, more and more, it's hard to locate publishers. There are no more borders, as it were. And so the cooperation between national centers is essential to harmonize practices and policies relating to data. Finally, in a complex geopolitical context, like when territories are being disputed, the question of standardization generally and identification of published titles comes also with a diplomatic dimension. Only multilateral cooperation can meet that challenge to guarantee the identification and preservation of all documentary heritage in a spirit of solidarity. Speaking of solidarity, finally, I'd like to underscore the importance of linguistic and regional solidarity schemes. about our national center, we show solidarity with the national centers of the member states of the Francophonie organization. We work closely with them for identifying, preserving, and disseminating French or Francophone contents. There is also solidarity for identifying shared resources. Ladies and gentlemen, this 50th anniversary of ISSN is an opportunity to celebrate a great success, the success of a network which, for the last half-century, showed how international cooperation reinforces identification, preservation, and dissemination of periodicals. It's also an opportunity to look into the future. Digital is going to become paramount, changing publishing habits. We want to keep up the principle of open science as it is being repressed in some countries. That will demand on our part more and more transparency and interoperability. A future where international solidarity towards a standardization of bibliographical data for referencing on the web and in the models of artificial intelligence, that's a key condition for having access to knowledge. And I'm sure this is at the heart of your discussions. We share those questions, all of us. The National Library of France is proud to be part of that celebration. Thank you, dear Gaël, for suggesting that we commemorate this anniversary here. With the International Center and with the network partners, we'll continue working hard for being true to all the challenges that librarians and libraries have to face to serve knowledge, global knowledge. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, bonjour, buenos dias, bom dia em português. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce myself short. My name is Taina Assis. I'm from Brazil. I work at Brazil Institute of Information Science and Technology, IBICT, and this July, I remember, I became a civil servant at this institution. And the last year, 2024, I earned my PhD in information science. So for me, it's an honor to moderate this session. I'd like to thank you for our two speakers to stay here. This morning, we will explore how the ISSN study contributes to preserving the written heritage, supporting research, and enhancing the dissemination of knowledge worldwide. It's my honor to moderate this first session of today, of this important conference. Thank you to our audience. And we have some time. I'd like to invite Mr. Faxon Banda. It's a pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Mr. Faxon Banda is currently head of the Written Heritage Unit at UNESCO in Paris. Previously, He taught at the School of Journalism and Media Studies at Hood University in South Africa for several years. Today he will discuss UNESCO role in preserving written heritage through its memory of the world program. So thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. I suppose that might help. Next. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to express my gratitude to Gail for the invitation to take part in this celebration, and also to BNF for offering their facilities. It's the first time I'm coming to BNF, to be honest. I've been in France for some 14 years, so I'm ashamed, honestly. I've been to the Library of Congress and several others all over the world. Maybe it is because I'm linguistically challenged. I don't speak French that well, and so I felt alienated, but that is to my disadvantage. Anyhow, to come back to my talk. So what I want to do is threefold. First of all, just give you an overview of the Memory of the World program. Secondly, argue that documentary heritage is a knowledge asset and that it can be useful for international dialogue, and that would be my third point. Moving on to the first issue. For those of you that may know, the program was in fact mooted by Federico Mayor, who was the then Director General in 1992. It was underpinned by three key objectives. The first one, simply to identify documentary heritage, and documentary heritage really is about documents that are considered so important that if lost, they would represent irreparable damage to human civilization. Documents like the French Declaration, the Magna Carta, the Nelson Mandela Rivonia trial, audiovisual recordings, for example. These are documents that are so important to human civilization that it is in our interest to preserve them for posterity. And so preservation is the second objective of the program, and obviously enhancing universal access to documentary heritage is the third one. And for us, universal access has two components to it. It's not just physical or digital access, it's also the usability, the utility value of documentary heritage, the extent to which people make sense of documentary heritage within their lived experiences. And in 2015, UNESCO member states adopted what we call the 2015 recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form. This particular normative instrument has three main objectives, which I've already highlighted there: identification, preservation, and access. In addition to that, the recommendation provides a framework for enabling the implementation of these three objectives, and those are policy and cooperation. And our first speaker, did a good job of highlighting the need for policy to ensure that the identification of documentary heritage is such that it addresses national, regional, and perhaps even international needs. And so international cooperation becomes important. For us, cooperation is not just international in nature, it is also national. National to the extent that we invite memory institutions, whether they be archives, libraries, museums, and other holding places, to dialogue one with another to ensure that there is cooperation in the way that they identify, preserve, and access documentary heritage. What you might be interested in as an activity of the Memory of the World program is what we call the Memory of the World International Register. It lists, or if you like, it inscribes documentary heritage that is recommended by a group of experts called the International Advisory Committee, and the decisions of this advisory panel are endorsed by the executive board. This is a grouping of UNESCO's member states, and the criteria essentially that such documentary heritage must answer to is one of world significance. Historical significance, for instance. What impact has the documentary heritage had on spirituality, on community life, on social life, and so on and so forth? Is there any unique element characterizing such documentary heritage? Can it stand in and of itself as authentically unique? That also is taken into account. And we are now, of course, accepting new nominations for such items of documentary heritage. And I would encourage you to speak with your national commissions for UNESCO if you have an item of documentary heritage that you consider the world needs to know about. And I would then encourage you to submit a nomination based on that. The deadline is the 30th of November. This is a prestigious registry, if you like. It is one that is invested in by many member states, and at the same time, I do need to point out that it can also be a highly sensitive registry because there are some documents that are contested by different member states. What stories do those documents say? And key to that is the issue of international cooperation and, one might say, international dialogue, which is why this will be my last point. Moving on then. Right. If we encourage memory institutions to identify, preserve, and provide for the accessibility of documentary heritage, what then is it about documentary heritage that is important? In our view, we need to look at documentary heritage as a knowledge asset in and of itself. And this is a point that does not need laboring at all for librarians such as yourselves. But in terms of what we do as the Memory of the World program, underpinning our work around treating documentary heritage as a knowledge asset is digital preservation. There is so much that we do with respect to that, and we have various projects all around the world that encourage digital preservation. Digital preservation goes beyond just digitizing written materials. It also involves digitalizing them. In other words, providing an environment which is so digitalized that from start to finish, a document can be accessed in the digital space. Digitization is, of course, the first step towards that. And what I've given there are examples of what it is we are doing, including in countries such as Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, Cote d'Ivoire, and so on and so forth. Another important aspect of treating documentary heritage as a knowledge asset for us is what we are doing in terms of research and education networking. We actually have got within our structure a subcommittee focused on research and education. This subcommittee assists us in developing materials that are based on the wealth of documentary heritage that is reposed in different memory institutions. For instance, we have got a Memory of the World course for teachers. We just launched the International Journal of Documentary Heritage. It's published online, and this one is published by the International Center for Documentary Heritage, which is based in the Republic of Korea. And there are several other publications that we have which speak to the research and educational potential of documentary heritage. Moving on and focusing specifically on the Education and Research Subcommittee, SEER as we call it, what is on the screen is what we have sort of ascribed to them. Lots of things that they're involved in. They, for example, are involved in the creation of what are called Memory of the World knowledge centers, and we have them spread all over the world: Australia, Kyrgyzstan, China, the Republic of Korea, and so on and so forth. Obviously, sometimes these knowledge centers are housed within libraries. So a challenge to you is, might you want to replicate one such knowledge center? Of course, you might receive such support as we have at our disposal, but it is important to be aligned with UNESCO in that sense, if you will. And also, we have set up expert hubs, the first of which is for Africa. The third point with respect to treating documentary heritage as a knowledge asset is emphasizing its use and reuse in various contexts. And again, we have so much happening on that frontier. One thing worth mentioning is the strategic partnerships that we are creating with the likes of Google Arts and Culture, so that they provide the digital platform and we provide the content in terms of the inscribed documentary heritage, which they can showcase on their platform. And also, recently, we have established a partnership with the Khalili Foundation and Wikimedia. The idea there is to use the network of volunteers that Wikimedia has at its disposal to begin to tell stories about what may otherwise be treated as dry, drab documents, to make them come alive in the digital space and begin to tell stories, including by using artificial intelligence. So this is something that we are excited about, and we believe that it is something that could be better done by the memory institutions themselves, namely you. Examples of our publications. Finally then, what does all this mean in terms of international dialogue, which is the subject matter of this celebration? Briefly, we believe that documentary heritage fosters international dialogue by connecting communities across cultures, promoting mutual understanding, and providing shared spaces for learning, collaboration, and the exchange of ideas. And we are doing something with respect to that. For instance, we have just published a book on documentary heritage for intercultural dialogue, focusing on Alula, which is one decentralized region of Saudi Arabia, a confluence of civilization in the Arab Peninsula, if you will, and how it played out across the rest of the world, and the extent to which analyzing that speaks to how documentary heritage could potentially be used, could potentially be enlisted to encourage the world to speak with peace, particularly now when the world is polarized, when the world is endangered, it is important to go back to the roots and see how documentary heritage, whether it is mountain inscriptions, can speak to us words of wisdom, words of peace, words of calmness, that people lived together before the borders emerged, that traders traded one with another in peace. Is the world listening? It is our job. We are not just libraries. What we have is a wealth of knowledge that can be drawn upon. It was drawn upon during the COVID pandemic, and we believe even now that can happen. I'm trying to be evangelistic in a sense, if you will. So I am concluding. We also believe, secondly, that documentary heritage could contribute to notions of global citizenship. And we've done a lot of work there, working with our colleagues in the education sector who run what is called Associated Schools Network. These are schools all over the world, thousands upon thousands, and we are incorporating documentary heritage within their teaching and learning, and we've piloted it in several countries, the UK, the Netherlands, Ghana, and Indonesia, looking at how these countries, even in the era of post-colonialism, have been able to draw upon their shared history to speak to one another. And also, and this is why I mentioned the Member of the World International Register, we encourage joint nominations, especially from countries that even now are not necessarily at peace. What is it they can identify in their past which can bind them together, which could be a source of inspiration for them to begin to converse with each other? And that point I have made. And there are examples to that effect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Banda, for your important insights. It's very good. And now I think we can wait for questions for the second until the end of the second presentation. Okay. So I'd like to invite and introduce Jérémy Petit. Mr. Jérémy Petit is the head of the Economic Affairs and Global Issues Advisor at the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs. He's going to present the French policy on attracting international organizations. He'll explain how the ISSN is part of the device range of organizations and the fields in science and culture, and the important role identifiers play in development, research and knowledge economy. Please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Donc, Madame la directrice du Centre international de l'ISSN.
Madame Director, dear Gaël, Madame Director of the Network Services for the BNF, dear Faxon, Head of Unit, dear colleagues, dear users and practitioners of the ISSN network, I'm very happy to speak in front of you as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the ISSN standard, which went live in 1975. For the last 50 years, the ISSN identifier has been indispensable for managing serials, archiving electronically, cataloging, managing subscription, and digitization. This anniversary is combined with two other dates, which are of special importance for the United Nations and other such international organizations, like the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, i.e. the signing back in 1974 of an agreement between the French government and UNESCO, which provided for the setting up of the ISSN International Center as an international organization. And this agreement was ratified and was enforced starting in 1976. Under this agreement, the International Center of the ISSN is considered as an international legal organization separate from UNESCO, also part of 70 other international organizations, and those 40 international organizations have their head offices in France. So the French Ministry for Foreign Affairs has been supporting them in their activities and missions through its policy to reach out to such missions, compared with other large international organizations based in France, like the OECD, UNESCO, or the Council of Europe, or also Interpol. The ISSN International Center is a smaller organization with just 17 agents, but plays a key multilateral role to serve the development of science, culture, and knowledge economics. It is also an attractive organization, very dynamic, whose member states keep expanding in number. From 88 initial member states, we reached 96 member states back in, let me think, 2025, that is. The International Center will probably reach its 100th member state very shortly, making it a truly universal organization which will cover all of the world countries of the global north and of the global south. In this presentation, I would like to focus on 3 points. I would like to show why the decision to set up the ISSN International Center as an international organization was based on long-term vision, and why the organization is, quote, fit for purpose, unquote, i.e. meeting the current, past and future needs. And I also want to emphasize the increasing importance of such identifiers like ISSN at the digital era and with the advent of AI. And I confirm the diplomatic support by France in synergy with other international organizations being present in France and in Paris. So first and foremost, the ISSN International Center is an international organization which is totally unique. As Faxen Banda stated very well, the ISSN International Center has been intimately connected with UNESCO right from its inception. The creation of a standardized identifier, i.e. ISSN, is the result of a project which was jointly launched by UNESCO and CIUS, the International Council for Scientific Unions, called UNICIST. This was back in 1969 to favor the advancement of sciences by way of improved interconnections across systems. Based on this initiative was the idea of an international standardized data system which would create a database which would be machine readable, which was a novel idea at the time. Right from its inception, the ISSN was very strongly connected with the multilateral system and its values, like the pursuit of the public interest, stronger capacity building for developing countries, and promoting sciences. So quite naturally, the ISSN International Center was set up as an international organization. And the fact that it has a separate legal entity, separate from UNESCO, makes it possible for partnering with other organizations like the ISO organization. This statute as an international organization makes it special, makes it unique compared with other organizations which regulate the assignment of standardized identifiers, which mostly are managed by professional organizations. Let me mention some examples. ISBN, which is a very well-known standardized book identifier, which was created back in 1970s in partnership as well with the ISO organization, and which is derived from an initiative by private operators in the book industry. It is managed by the ISBN agency, which is a not-for-profit organization which is based in London. So in the music industry, you have the ISWC, which is the standardized identifier for music works, which is an identifier code which is managed by a professional organization connected with CISAC, which is a collective body to manage copyright, which is based in Neuilly, in the Paris area. You have the ISRC, which is another code for recording music works, is being managed by the IFPI, which is the International Federation for the Phonographic Industry. So most other identifiers are usually managed by not-for-profit organizations or by professional unions. So all these organizations have been developing global information services of a very high level of quality based on international standards and also meet public domain missions, but they are very close to the business interests of their users. And this is where the ISSN is very unique, because in addition to providing services to libraries, to publishers of serials, the ISSN International Center has its own vision of the general interest, in line with the UN agenda and missions, including the journal on the Global Summit on the Information Society, the +20 Summit, which will be taking place this year. And after the coffee break, Odile Conta will tell you more about the contribution of the ISSN International Center to the development of open science. So as I told you, it is very relevant that the ISSN International Center be an international organization, knowing that it was able to develop and adapt to technology changers, including with the advent of digital technology, and the organization changed its ways of doing things to facilitate the registration and archiving in digital format. One of the initial objectives of this standardization back in 1969 was to make it easier to access print media inside the libraries, knowing that each library could not have all of the paper versions of each and every resources. Today, it's not an issue anymore, because the digital technology has removed the obstacles to universal access of these resources. So the ISSN International Center had changed compared with its initial activities, as it does no longer only cover the scholarly journals, 123,000 digital titles versus more than 200,000 print data. This creation of a machine-readable universal identifier was based on a long-term view, because standardized identifiers took on a greater importance at the time of digital technology as a response to the development of artificial intelligence systems and machine-readable systems. Their number increased in the last decade, and I believe that ISBN and ISSN are veterans among the standardized identifiers used the world over, but all the other identifiers were developed since the 1990s and early 2000.
Because of the digital revolution. In musical industry, the development of identifiers such as ISRC or ISWC are an answer to the challenges represented by the boom of streaming and hacking. It's a key element of the copyright infrastructure, making it easier to detect and monitor usages, and by automating the payment of royalties. The music industry was the first to go through that revolution, but we see the development of TDM, text and data mining, and the development of generative artificial intelligence systems are such that all the other sectors of creation are faced with similar questionings, particularly papers published in journals which are not only scientific journals, Let's keep in mind that the value of papers published by scholarly journals are indeed a major economic assets, particularly for the machine learning system. What are the conditions for using, training Gen AI systems to produce new contents? How to ensure transparency and traceability of the contents generated by Gen AI systems on the basis of texts stored in databases? We don't have a final answer to those questions. Identifiers such as ISSN could allow for greater transparency on the contents of the datasets used and also make it possible to implement opt-out clauses on the operation of text and data mining. This potential was underscored by the working group on copyright. This was a work of the National Library of Finland and Estonia as well. So the relevance of an standardized number to identify periodicals will turn out to be very useful still in the future. I'd like to underscore the continuous support of France to ISSN in cooperation with all the international organizations present in France. That shows the French vision of an efficient multilateralism to serve the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. All the speakers underscored the fact that ISSN is of public general interest, allowing for the preservation and safeguarding for the future of the scientific and cultural heritage contained in periodicals and serials. At ISSN International Center, we provide diplomatic support. Now the international ISSN will soon have 100 members, state members. France promotes the development of multilateral diplomacy throughout its territory, first of all in Paris, where many international organizations have their headquarters, such as UNESCO, OECD, the World Organization of Animal Health, or the International Organization of Francophonie. We make sure to keep this network alive so that every organization draws advantage from this ecosystem of organizations all working for science, culture, and knowledge economy. ISSN-IC can count on the active support of France to pursue its, to continue developing. Thank you for listening, and we'll continue exchanging on the role of ISSN in the knowledge economy.
Thank you very much, for that insightful presentation. Now I'd like to open for questions and all comments. If you want, please raise your hand and give your name. One question, comment, open. No? Okay, well.
Let me thank Jeremy for giving us an enlightening talk on the ISSN at the International Center. Some of us do not know the background. You've given us the background. And also thank Faxin for the memory of the world. But my question goes to Faxin. The heritage, documentary heritage, majority of the documentary heritage are held in the libraries. But I understand, especially in the developing world, that many of the national centers that is UNESCO National Centers, they do not work with libraries. They prefer to work with archives. And primarily, majority of this heritage are stored in the libraries. And then there may be the reason, part of the reason why, apart from the International Federation that have stronghold and the UNESCO, UNESCO are majorly working with the education sector, not castigating it down to the library. And many of the memories, we are losing the heritage which are available in the libraries. Yes, so can you address that?
If I understand the question, that is. Well, I think Gail is probably better placed to answer a question like that one because she manages the national centers. We don't. But we help to deal with the national libraries that apply for the creation of such national centers. I, in my presentation, referred to cooperation as being both national and international. National because what UNESCO tries to do is to get all memory institutions in our member states to work together, whether they're archives, libraries, museums, to the extent that they hoard documentary heritage. That message resonates, and it resonates in the sense that we have had the creation of what are called National Memory of the World Committees in some 100 member countries. What these do is to bring together all the memory institutions in a particular country, including drawing expertise from across the breadth of documentary heritage. I think that what is needed is a national policy that recognizes that cultural heritage, or more specifically documentary heritage, is something that speaks across all the institutions, and we need structural arrangements to ensure that memory institutions work together. One step for us, at least, is the creation of such national committees. Hopefully that helps.
But the national committee, that's what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to national center.
I see.
They are working more with archives and museums than the libraries.
All right, I'm glad you've clarified that. So it's my question. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
We have one question.
I'm here as a visitor. I've worked with the ISSN over a number of years, and one of the things we've been interested in is creating knowledge as to who is looking after what when it comes to online publications. And what I'd like, I think, to ask UNESCO in their interest in documentary heritage is to extend that to what one could call published heritage. That is to say the newspapers, but not just scholarly journals, but the trade magazines, the professional journals, which hold lots of knowledge about the different countries and localities, but also knowledge of professional activities and trade activities, which libraries, in some sense, used to collect across the world, and are less now collecting those in physical, and they are not very well geared to collect that now that these things are digital. So I would like to ask the expansion of the concept of the written heritage, not just to artifacts, but to what is regularly published and is regularly being lost by way of the published heritage.
I agree with you. In fact, that's very much our definition of documentary heritage. It's not just the artifact. It goes beyond that. And there is emphasis on newspapers, for example. In the last cycle of the Memory of the World International Register, we inscribed a collection of newspapers from Sweden and also some from Finland under the label of the first Freedom of Information law, which was enacted in Sweden and Finland years and years ago, centuries, in fact, ago. So the idea there was to celebrate freedom of expression, freedom of the press. And another thing that we did for the last cycle was to inscribe what is called the Windhoek Declaration on the promotion of a free, independent, and pluralistic press. That declaration was adopted in Windhoek in the 1990s, and it has been promulgated into what we call World Press Freedom Day, celebrated on the 3rd of May, each year. So there is focus on such published publications as newspapers, and we are, my unit at least, works with media organizations to promulgate that.
One and two.
Il y a eu la dame là-bas d'abord, après c'est vous, et après c'est vous. Peut-être aller chercher la dame là. Just a minute, there's a woman here.
Hello, I'm Cara Rickleton. I'm from the Publications Office of the European Union. We're ISSN, ISBN and DOI agencies. I wanted to ask a question. So I was very interested in UNESCO's approach to a sort of quality element to what you preserve. And I think often with identifiers, especially ISSN and ISBN, we have this feeling of quality. But it hasn't been mentioned so much already this morning, but we have AI ahead of us, which is generating content beyond our imagination. So I'm interested in your view of the future and how identifiers can maybe help us, or whether they should help us, in fact, to distinguish between AI content and human-generated content.
Alors, je vois qu'on se tourne vers moi pour la réponse.
I see you seem to be turning to me for the answer. Indeed, AI raised many challenges. At the level of the European Union, we already have two regulations, one on copyright, on the digital market, on the common digital market, with two principles on exceptions and limitations for TDM, text and data mining. There is a broad exemption for scientific research, text and data, but only for those scientific organizations that are non-profit making. And for the rest of the other works protected by copyright, there is the possibility of opting out for right holders. Second key European regulation is the European regulation on AI. The principle is that of an obligation of being transparent on the origin, the source of the texts or data used by AI, Gen AI systems. I know that for the time being, the European Union is working on the possibility of having a register with the possibility of opting out for the right holders, the possibility not to be included in the data sets used by artificial intelligence. some copyright holders can opt out. There are still many questions pending to make it all fully operational with the objective of transparency and possibility to opt out. Standardized identifiers that can be read by the machine, such as ISBN, ISSN, could indeed be a solution, provided they are incorporated in the texts and data concerned. The AI system should be able to distinguish the origin, either human or machine-made, and could give the information on the source of the data database or in the specific data sets that the AI has been mining to generate content. Then the idea of having a register for opting out, if that comes to life, we may believe it will rest for a good part on standardized identifiers, of course. In the music industry, they use a lot those identifiers, also in the domain of text, video, visual arts. They don't have that culture yet of copyright and royalties. It's not deeply rooted as it is in music. And identifiers such as ISSN, ISBN, or the international name identifiers could be included in a database for opting out. It will depend what comes out of the discussions at the level of European Union. But the EU is definitely a leader in that, on that front.
Hello, my name is Alicia, and I'm from an international archive called Clocks. I was really inspired by both of your remarks this morning about the importance for economic development and cultural development of preservation and access. I particularly like the evangelical call for calm and peace. So thank you for this. The question is, what are the opportunities and challenges of building some peace and collaboration between memory organizations around the world and creators and publishers? Is this possible? Is it necessary and important for our shared mission in preserving the world's knowledge and memory?
I think the short answer is it is possible. We work with an organization that brings together audiovisual publishers. In fact, they'll be having their board meeting at our office. These are creative people. They are drawn from the creative industry, films and other artistic creations. We work with them in order to recognize the intellectual property, that resides within their creations. But at the same time, we are much more interested in how we can promote access to them, even as we respect their intellectual property. And we are also interested in how we can draw on their expertise to evaluate some of the nominations that we receive of different items of documentary heritage. So we have, one person sitting on the International Advisory Committee that I made reference to. So yes, there is a recognition that we need to work with those that are producing creative works now, even if documentary heritage is seen more as something that happened in the past, has aged, somewhat matured, but still we are involved in the production of documentary heritage in the here and now, and we can begin to identify the directions in which it might go, that at some point it could in fact become of such international significance that its preservation is something we invest in. So, in short, yes.
Et je souhaiterais ajouter également que le système
I'd like to add that the multilateral system is key to ensure the democratic nature of the preservation of knowledge and publications and their contents. It's a universal system open to all countries, so it doesn't concern only some big, well-known journals from the north. It's also key and essential for many countries in the global south with their wealth of production, both scientific, cultural production, and lots of contents that are not only in the main languages of the United Nations system, but also in local languages. And it's essential to enable the preservation of this sheer scientific and cultural diversity at the global level. And with your ISSN International Center, you can indeed reinforce the competences of the libraries and journal publishers in developing countries. And that's a real asset. We should not widen the gap between developed countries and less developed countries. We should bridge that gap.
Okay, so thank you to all our speakers for these stimulating contributions. Thanks so much. And I'd like to invite to a coffee break, a short coffee break, and return at 11 a.m. So please, and continue. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Let's start the second part. Okay, please. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Odile Contat. Please. Ms. Odile Contat is head of the Knowledge Dissemination and Documentation Department in the French Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. Prior to this, she worked at the National Center for Scientific Research. She will now present France's policy of supporting open scientific publishing. Thank you. You have the floor.
Bonjour à tous et à tous. Merci beaucoup de l'invitation.
Thank you very much for your invite, Gail. I'm very happy to be able to be with you with this very fine network of the ISSN community, which is so active and so important for us. Now, I will take a slightly different angle compared with the previous panelists. I wanted to tell you about scholarly publishing and open access scholarly publishing, talking about knowledge and preserving knowledge. Now, today, scholarly publishing, we need to define. It's important to go back to definitions, right? To the conversion of researchers' manuscripts through peer review and publishing and dissemination to the greater number, pinpointing the various operators or stakeholders in scholarly publishing, which you are part of in the way you've been managing the identifiers. And so there are the publishers, the operators of publishing services, as well as all publishing industry professionals, researchers and scientists, professors, teachers, and infrastructure supporting all this. And I will be talking about infrastructure because it is of central importance, the distribution platforms, and of course, the operational and technical networks. Now, what are scholarly publishers? Scholarly publishers, with the added value they contribute, as well as the various roles and functions to select, to edit, to publish, to distribute, which basically combine into those editorial and publishing services in order to publish a text in the form of an article, in the form of a paper, in the form of a book, while being responsible and liable at the legal level. And you have a circle here with the various functions and roles, pre-publication, post-publication, with a key function of the publishing service to make sure publications see the light of day. And this radar chart is the result of a study to assess scholarly publishing produced by Caroline Dandurand on the mapping of public scholarly publishing. And I will tell you more about it. It's important that I shared with you this report and the information about this report so that you get to know the ecosystem better. Knowing that the ecosystem for scholarly publishing is a global one with very high constraints, with large dominant, a few large dominant publishers at the global level, with a huge surge in the number of publications, 3 million of articles, of papers per year, 20,000 scientific or scholarly journals being published in any given year, with a surge in the cost of accessing the scholarly publications by way of subscription fees or by way of article processing charges, the APC. And I like this cartoon here, which shows the sheep, which have been writing scholarly papers, assessing them, reviewing them, distributing them, are obligated to buy the jumper which was produced by the publisher having used the wool from the sheep in order to make this jumper, which the authors and have to buy again. So today, the cost of accessing scholarly publishing is of great importance, some 90 million euros in any given year to access the scholarly journals, online scholarly journals, which is a great share of the cost of higher education, and the cost of article processing charges, which are booming, which are skyrocketing, with a major risk for the budgets of our institutions, because in between 2013 and 2020, we went from 9 million up to 30 million euros, which is the cost of APCs for French institutions. And this is a huge burden. It is a huge constraint weighing down on the research and academic world. Now, the policy by the French ministry is to go toward the most open access and most accessible route for publishing academic and scholarly journals. Now, you may not have heard of this, but it has been foundational for us. It's called the Appel de Jussieu, the Call of Jussieu, which was foundational, which laid down very important principles for open access publishing, knowing that these principles are still valid today. One of the principles which is dear to us, which resonates in a world close to UNESCO, is the so-called notion of bibliodiversity, i.e. diversity of scholarly contents and also diversity of the operators and stakeholders of the publishing chain which supports scholarly publishing. This principle and notion is widely shared and is, according to me, a key principle for disseminating knowledge. So the Jussieu call, or Appel de Jussieu, pinpointed to issues which are still valid today: the difficulty of ensuring a business model for scholarly publishing, which wouldn't cost as much as, or shouldn't cost as much as what I showed you, which would involve payment by authors and by readers to access the text, to truly have open access, open and free access to the greater number, to everyone. In order to implement such a process, the French Ministry for Higher Education and Research has adopted a roadmap for open access sciences, open sciences, national plan for open sciences, which is critical for us. And another one is with respect to research infrastructure and policy for managing data, algorithm, and source code, which links up publishing, data, papers, and software coding, describing the importance of identifiers to link up all of these scholarly contents while preserving them. And I also head up a department at the French Ministry for Higher Education and Research, which is called Distribution of Knowledge, which strives to provide support and assistance to the French scholarly publishing, with a number of initiatives, projects, and actions being taken which are in sync and in line with the national roadmaps and agenda. Now, the challenge with open science is to give priority to scholarly publishing in order to contribute to the advent of a new paradigm which would involve accessing to scientific contents, investing into open sciences to improve the visibility of scholarly work, and to provide for broad mainstream accessibility. And one of the most critical things are to set up the right appropriate infrastructure for open sciences. To us in France, we've been using a platform called Per Se to distribute, Metop being another one of them, to structure the production of those publications. In the way the French agencies have been supporting open access sciences, the ISSN International Center is part of that, because your network and the fact that you've been managing these ISSN identifiers make you a piece of the infrastructure for publishing and for open access publishing. Now there are other platforms and lots of other initiatives, but really I wanted to focus on those international pieces of infrastructure. We operate in the international arena, and very often international level infrastructure, which we know, like DOAB, DOAJ, and others, they do not get well supported by the users with the so-called free riders utilizing the contents but not contributing to their funding. This is something we try and curb, that make sure that users participate in funding and contributing to the cost of international infrastructure. And this is why the project is to set up an international system for contributing to and funding these ecosystems. In the editorial services, I mentioned the fact of having an ecosystem, linking up data, publications, and identifier codes. And here again, your identifiers are at the core of this system. I then wanted to zoom in on the French portion of scholarly publishing, because it's very important for the French to keep a very dynamic and active scholarly publishing, which goes towards sovereignty as well and autonomy. And there are a number of projects which have been conducted to promote and strengthen this scholarly publishing. I won't go into too much detail, but it's important to assess the balance of scholarly publishing. We are lucky enough to have a very rich, very strong private and public system for scholarly publishing, which is of great importance. Yet, scholarly publishing should also be perceived and seen and analyzed via the universities and academic operators. And a study was conducted in 2024 on how universities were active in this field. And we are a bit surprised to see how universities and institutions have onboarded this process, because 64% of universities and higher education institutions have their own publishing services to disseminate scholarly publications, which is a wealth of facilities in those editorial and publishing services managed by universities and higher education institutions. The ratio of open access publications is very high, 76% for scholarly publishing, less so for generic or general publishing, with the lion's share being for life and social sciences now. And this is what scholarly publishing is about, as perceived and as seen from academic and higher education institutions, with, as you can see, a French-wide network, with a nationwide network called Repère, which can be translated in English by bearing points or points of reference, Repère, coordinating the activities across the various operators in this ecosystem, including the university and academic libraries. So it's a rich ecosystem with a strong need for coordination, which is part of those aspects we want to keep strengthening and developing. Then I wanted to zoom in on some of one or two key activities we've launched in the last few years. We first set up an alliance of French scholarly publishing services. The scholarly publishers in France are quite scattered across France and not working together. We wanted to come up with an alliance to get more coordination, get more visibility on what they do and how they do things. So there are 60 editorial and publishing services as part of this alliance, covering some 1,400 scholarly papers published in any given year and 300 journals across all disciplines, human and social sciences, but not only, with 500 publishing and editorial practitioners, 4,000 faculty engaged in peer and editorial committees, and more than 6,000 authors of papers and books in any given year, which shows you how rich and dynamic scholarly publishing is in France. And I believe it is of capital importance that we keep strengthening this public ecosystem for scholarly publishing. We also created a so-called observatory for scholarly publishing jointly with the French Ministry for Culture. This was back in 2021, in order to better understand the scholarly publishing ecosystem in France, and also to have an arena for sharing, for interacting across those two dimensions, those two spheres of the public and the private scholarly publishing, with several committees for the private publishers, for the public publishers, for the faculty members and professionals of the scholarly publishing activities, librarians, reviewers, and all types of practitioners. And you have here a number of reports which have been authored on the editorial costs, on the way the ecosystem has been impacting the authors of scholarly papers, and also how is impacted readers as well. There's also a support plan for the scholarly publishing activities, which was set up by the French government, which was jointly developed by Open Edition, by Cairn and EDP Sciences. The objective is to develop an open access upfront so as to develop a business model which can be sustainable for both publishers, for every party involved. So we've set up a number of models which were implemented with a number of stakeholders, mainly public operators, and the project involves a system of subscription to journals with some support by the ministry to generate a broader open access. So this has been a multiple-year process which has started to deliver results, resulting in a greater number of open access journals. So there are some 30 open access journals today, including on Cairn, with the advent of a model which is being tested, which is called subscribe to open model, quote unquote, with library consortia and with the open edition model, which is a freemium model providing access to content free of charge, with some additional payable services which provide income to the platform and to the publishers. So this support plan is reaching the end of its project lifetime. 2026 will assess the results. And there's also a national fund for open sciences, which provides funding to open sciences projects and initiatives. It does lots of things, this plan. I won't go into the full detail of what you have on this slide, but once again, I want to say that the French government has been supporting French and international organizations and initiatives, but I wanted to zoom in on 4 calls for open scholarly publishing, which aims at building and strengthening national capacity for open access scholarly journals. So you have a number of those appels, or a number of those calls, which date back to 2019. Basically, every year there's a call for projects to fund infrastructure, to fund distribution platforms, and to test scholarly initiatives, providing funding to test and try project around providing greater open access. The general assessment is that there's been a fourth call for funding projects. The results will be assessed in November. All in all, with the last call for projects, we'll have mobilized 9 million euros, 66 project winners to date, with capacity building for publishing, pooling and sharing as an operating logic and model, systems and setups to promote reproducibility, traceability, higher standards for editorial and publishing services, with lots of things being done on and around interoperability and the use of identifiers, including the ISSN identifiers as well as others. Initiatives to support transitioning towards open access publications, with more initiatives being taken to have peer-reviewed open access publications in greater numbers. Now, after all this, where do we stand? Where do we stand with these initiatives after several years of hard work by the operators and agencies in the French higher education and research organization? We have a barometer of open access publishing, knowing that a number of countries have taken up this barometer or assessment today. We are considering that 67% of publications are open access publications, i.e. this is by publications authored by French academics or French researchers and scientists. In 8 years, we've increased this ratio of open access publications by some 30 percentage points, which is a great result for a public initiative. Now, lots remain to be done in opening up data, in sharing and pooling publication-related data, in opening up the codes and source code of software programs, which also are an account for large volumes of scholarly publishing volumes, opening up text, having started much before there was a French-level national policy in this respect. And today, as you can see, we've reached a plateau in the opening up of these open access publications. So we need to push further. We want to set up a barometer of the French scholarly publishing, and this will keep us busy in 2026 to assess how the French publishers of scholarly publishing will be opening their contents. Now, there are ups and downs, there are strengths and weaknesses in all this process, how important it is to have infrastructure in place, to have preservation of editorial and publishing contents. And two things are of great importance. Let me emphasize this: editorial and publishing quality and trust and confidence in sciences. Openness, transparency is key. Open access is key. We have to work further on elevating the quality of editorial and publishing services, on trust and confidence, on ethics, on high-quality standards and identifiers. All of them can help us in doing so and provide a conducive ecosystem to do all this. And we operate in an international system. I can but note that all these policies and agendas fall within an international set of policies and agendas. And obviously, there is the UNESCO recommendation on open sciences, which I need to mention and emphasize as it guides all of our action. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. And now let's move on to the next speaker, Mr. Captain. Mr. Todd Capter is the Executive Director of the National Information Standards Organization in the USA. He previously worked for various publishing companies and the Society for Scholarly Publishing. He will discuss the role of his standards in disseminating serious publications and their content. And he will also link this topic to NIA's work on the cooperative collections life cycle project. So,
please.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you. First of all, thank you to Gail, the ISSN staff and staff at the BNF for arranging this meeting and for inviting me to participate. I'd also like to thank you all as representatives of the various registration agencies who really adopt and bring out the standards and bring them out into the world. A standard that is simply published but not adopted is really is kind of useless. So thank you, all of you, for the work that you do to make that happen. I'm going to talk a little bit about identifiers and information management, very briefly, a little bit about ISO before I dig into the ISSN in particular, and how it is used as a use case in a project that the National Information Standards Organization has led in the United States, the Cooperative Collections Lifecycle Project, and the role of identifiers in that project. So, first of all, we need to think back to the 1960s when the ISSN and related identifiers in our ecosystem started to become developed. In the following World War II and the development soon after the launch of Sputnik by the Russians, there was an explosion in scientific publication. The average number of journals increased to roughly 3.5% per year growth, which was, or 4.5% per year growth, which was a significant bump up. It's probably one-third more in new publications launched every year for about 20 years. So the increasing number of publications led to information management challenges at libraries. This coincided with another development in technology that was first adopted significantly by libraries. This is a photo of the first library computers being installed in the Library of Congress in 1964. And with those new information management systems, the need for identifiers to help these computer management systems manage the information on these new publications led to the growth of identifiers in information management. That led UNESCO and other library management organizations, library institutions, to create the ISSN. Similarly, at that time, in the trade publishing industry, book publishers and booksellers were also interested in applying information management techniques and tools and computer technology to improve the efficiency of the process of getting content created, published, out the door, and into the hands of users. That led to the development of the International Standard Book Number, which predated the ISSN by a few years, but they should be seen as partners in trying to manage the flow of information out to the community from the publishing community. Oops, going too fast. The role of identifiers is not simply to disambiguate. It's not simply to assign a number and say this thing is different from that thing. The role of an identifier system is to add context, metadata, and important other information about the object in order to facilitate its discovery, its use, its sale, its management, its eventual preservation. It should be seen not simply as a number, it should be seen as a system. And those systems continually need ongoing maintenance, care, and development as they grow. And they also need to be seen as linking content from discovery to delivery to use to preservation. And the growth of our identifier ecosystem has included not only just the development of the initial identifier systems, ISBN, ISRC, ISSN, it has grown in functionality as well. In 2006, the ISO community adopted the DOI, which at the time had created kind of an interesting conversation about the overlap between identifiers. But the strength of the ISSN system in addressing the needs of uniquely identifying serial publications remains and is strengthened by the existence of things like DOIs, which help resolve to actual articles and elements of the content that are contained within those systems. So one of the things that I'm also responsible for, in addition to being the executive director at NISO, I'm also serve as chair of the ISO identifier subcommittee that handles and creates these identifier systems. So how many of you are familiar with ISO and how it works? How many? Not many. A good number of you. Gail, you. So ISO is the International Organization of Standards. It's a Geneva-based non-governmental organization of which almost every country in the world participates to create technical standards. And there are about 350 technical committees that handle standards in a variety of industry areas and domains of business and technology. Information and documentation was the 46th committee. That's why it's TC 46. And it creates standards for information, documentation, interoperability of those systems, identifiers, as well as archives and records management, and how do we preserve materials. SC9 is the group that is responsible for, Subcommittee 9 on identification and description, is responsible for all of the identifiers that have been discussed. These include, and I understand you can't probably read that, it includes the International Standard Recording Code for recorded works, ISBNs for books, ISSN for serials, audio-visual numbers, a variety of musical works. So these are all elements of cultural exchange that need identifiers, and we are the committee that creates those identifiers and manages those identifier systems. So, pulling all of these things together, I want to tie together a new project that NISO has been working on, the Cooperative Collections Lifecycle Project. At its core, what we're trying to do with this project is think about the library ecosystem as not independent organizations building just their own individual collections, but how can libraries work together to serve the needs of the community? Because not every institution has enough resources to buy all of the things that anyone might want to know. How do we build and foster that collaboration? So, collaboration is a challenge across institutions. Systems, individual library systems, are not connected. They don't work together necessarily. Even if you're using the same system, maybe you've purchased the same ILS system, library management system, from the same vendor, you're maybe using it in different ways. How do you build interoperability across institutions? And so that is the goal of this project, is how do you build those collaborations? These collaborations are not just technical, they're also social. How do you buy things across multiple institutions? How do you manage the budgets? How do you manage decision-making? I often say about standards, they're only about 25% technical. 75% of the work of standards is really social. And how do we work together? And those are the problems that we're trying to solve with this project. So So the mission of this project is to connect communities at scale. How do we create collaborations through technologies and partnerships working across institutions? And also think about what kind of information exchange needs to happen, and how do we create a user interface for those exchanges? This project is built around a variety of principles, which focus on initially a library-first collaboration. What is unique about libraries? How do libraries work together to solve their problems? It is also trying to think about the broader perspective of interoperability and needs, while also thinking not necessarily about, well, how could we just all save money and not buy things from publishers? How do we create more space for other things that institutions aren't necessarily purchasing? How do we expand the overall collection? This is a project funded by the US Institute for Museum and Library Services. So NISO is a nonprofit organization. We got some money from the US federal government to support this project, so many thanks to them for supporting this. Unfortunately, they aren't in a position to continue supporting this project moving forward, but they did provide initial support. It was roughly about a $1.5 million US project. There were a variety of institutions participating in this project. There were about 80 participating organizations spread out across individual libraries, library consortium, partnerships of libraries, publishers, library systems developers. We had over 100 different people participating in this project who have brought to this various expertise. It began with a landscape overview. We did some research with Ithaca SNR to look at what types of collaborations have previously succeeded and what hadn't. We used the NISO consensus process to develop a recommended practice, which I'll talk to you in a little bit more detail about. We're also developed a prototype of what the software might look like to help institutions partner with each other. And then thinking about how do we move this forward into the next phases and moving it forward. So if you think of the library, each individual library, as this little yellow triangle, those institutions have selection, they have acquisitions processes, they have preservation processes. How do we, what kind of issues do we need to think about as we expand that across multiple institutions? In a larger collaborative ecosystem. Every one of those institutions has their own budgets, they have their own interoperability needs. But how do those needs and business functions change in this new environment? How do we access shared funds? How do we use retention strategies across multiple institutions? How do we circulate content to users across multiple systems? Who knows who has what? Who has sent what to whom? How do you make sure that it gets back to the institutions? And how do you manage those? So one of the first things we did was to look at there are many examples of collaborations out in the community. What has worked? What hasn't? What can we learn from those things that have been successful or not? And we try to think about this from the perspective of targeting new collaborations and think of this as an opt-in model where there are a variety of ways in which institutions can collaborate. We didn't decide that everyone was going to participate in the same large consortium with entirely fantastic interoperable systems. We wanted to start with a kind of low-level, one-on-one interoperability structure. We then thought about this from data exchange and what it might look like for an end user, a library staff member, to think about how do you interact with systems for selection, for management of information. And where is data coming from? How do you get a list of all of the possible products that you might want to purchase? And how do you select from those? How do you, where are they preserved? What kind of information exists about preservation? And how do you gather all of that data and create lists and manage the selection process? I'm going to skip through some of this because A, it's hard to see, but it's also kind of, how do we manage through that user experience? So we thought about this from a kind of dashboard perspective. Could we create a dashboard where I want to pick out all of say we want to do some emergency collection of Ukrainian studies. How do we pull those content together? How do we know about all of the possible materials? How do we select them? How do we create lists of them? What objects are available? Oh, well, this institution is going to collect these books. This institution is going to collect these books. What do those books cost and how much what's our budget? Where are they preserved? And then using those tools, put together a strategy for this is how a project is going to move forward. The other part of this project is a large recommended practice for the community, a kind of standards light document that describes in detail each of the elements of what an institution might do for selection, budgeting, decision-making. And we have a 120-ish page document that's going to go out for public comment in a couple weeks that covers each of these things in detail and gives guidance on if you want to do cooperative collections management, here's some guidance on how to do that. It also includes sections on things like identifiers. How do we gather information on serials? Where is the information coming from? How do we use the ISSN system, et cetera, the ISBN system to run the back end, but also to manage these lists? And identifiers are critical components in this. It's sort of the next generation of decision-making based on these identifier systems, the metadata that's associated with them, and how do we manage institutional decision-making using these identifiers to capture and manage library processes. How do we think about usage, and how do we manage the entire life cycle as we take things from the initial publisher into acquisitions, into selection? How do we manage their use? How do we think about deselection, preservation? How do we use these identifiers to manage through that entire publication life cycle? So we are in the third year. Sorry, I keep pushing the button. We're in the final year of this project. We're just about finished. As I mentioned, the final publication is out. Will be out soon for public comment. So if you're interested, please take a look. We'll be publishing that probably in the first or second quarter of next year. But it's also important to think about how these systems will impact your institution, your library, moving forward. As we're trying to make, we're all experiencing limitations on resourcing. How do we make ourselves more efficient? How do we build efficiencies? And how do we make serve our communities better with the resources that we have. So with that, I'm happy to take some questions. I have some time. There's my contact information. Thank you so much for the time, and congratulations on 50 years.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Now we have a few minutes for questions or comments. Please, I have.
So this one's going to be addressed to Todd. So I think you might have heard, I'm Carol Rickleton, I'm from the Publications Office of the EU, and I'm also responsible for the European Commission Library. Now, it was interesting that you focused a lot on systems, on developing a system, but as we all know, many libraries already share a vendor platform. So that gets over that hurdle. But I very much agree with you about the social element, because at the end of the day, technically there are lots of things we can do, but getting everyone on board is difficult. If you had a top tip, what would it be? What guiding principle do you think is key to making these collaborations work?
Even if you're running the same system, people, institutions apply those systems in different ways. One of the issues with standards is getting people to use standards in the same way and use the same data fields for the same thing in the same way. Date fields, there's lots of different ways to express dates. The biggest challenge with institutions working together is trust. And how do you build trust in decision-making? And this was part of the research work that we did with Ithaca SNR. There are lots of examples of organizations trying to work in collaboration, and when do those things succeed and when do those things fail? And it often has to do with decision-making, governance, and trust. And those are never easy. They're never easy issues to solve. But focusing on those governance questions and the decision-making is never the thing that people want to focus attention on. They always want to focus attention on the next great technology or, the next great software tool. But it's really fundamentally, it's about human interactions and setting out the ground rules first, agreeing on terminology. Those are the hardest things to agree on. But they're core to how these collaborations work. And, those of you who've participated in ISO work, you often spend the most time arguing about terminology before you argue about the technical bits.
Okay, thank you. One more question, comment? Okay, please.
Thank you for your excellent presentations. My name's Joanna Ball, and I'm Managing Director of the Directory of Open Access Journals. I had a question for Odile. It's clear that France is really leading the way in terms of progress with open access. And I know that OASPA is working on a project at the moment, which is the next 50%. So, we've reached 50%, but France has reached 2/3 open access. So that's very impressive. But as you said, you've reached a plateau. What is it going to take to achieve that last third open access? Sorry, difficult question, I know.
En effet, ça n'est pas une question facile.
Indeed, it's not an easy question. When it comes to open access publishing, the figure I gave you brings together two forms of open access: direct open access by publishers, publishing journals in open access, and also open archives. If you publish in a journal upon subscription that's not open, still the scientific content can be distributed. Over the last years, the increase in open access came mainly from publishers. Oh, yes. And I think we still have a lot to do so that open archives be more important and allow for the open dissemination of what comes not in open access. I defend scholarly publishing, even when you have to subscribe. But I think by opening up archives, make them open access, that will improve things. Also, open access native publishing with transparency and quality standards, and with the help of DOAG and J and DOAB and all those international institutions that we really need.
The last question. No? Oh, the last one.
Thank you for the excellent presentations, both of you. My question goes to Odile. In the course of your presentation, you mentioned what has been a concern, not only to libraries, but publishers, authors, these maintenance and the development of infrastructure for open access. In your own view, as a person, how do you think users will contribute, users of open access resources? Because libraries and publishers, academic publishers are having issues. Who pays for all the services? And I'm from the side of the open access infrastructure. They're also having problems. So your own view, how are users going to pay for it? Yeah.
Je n'ai pas de réponse magique à cette question.
Sorry, I don't have any magic answer to those questions, particularly given our budget situation, which is a common concern. I might want to go back to what Todd explained. You know, the extent to which collaboration, networking, pooling and sharing is absolutely necessary for open access publishing and the sustainability of open science more generally. Also, what's important is the commitment of all, and librarians play a key role with their acquisition policy, acquisition of electronic resources, and in their policy to support open access infrastructures. And it seems to me that gradually we're reaching or coming up with something that's not totally robust, but that tries to be robust as much as possible. We can only do it all together, and we don't want to have stowaways. We all use those infrastructures. We wrongly believe that since they're open and the contents are open, they don't come at a cost. But yes, they do. There is a word that I hate, free of charge. I hate that word, free of charge. Everything comes at a cost, and that's crucial. Never say free of charge. Those who say free of charge, usually they're against this open access. So we have to acknowledge the cost and share it, and make it so that those infrastructures for open access are sustainable. So the way we use them, we have to provide support to them as well. It's difficult to implement that solution at the ministry. Many of us work on open access, open science and access to open science, but we have a big challenge with the sustainability and strength of our national and international infrastructures. All the institutions and libraries and users should sit around the table to find a sustainable system. But I don't have any magic bullet. I'm so sorry.
One more? Only one. A short question. please. Thank you. Sorry.
Bonjour, merci de cette.
Good morning. Thank you for those great presentations. I have a question for Odile, I guess. The evaluation of research, and don't you think it's a stumbling block for open access? And how can we enhance the value of open access so that researchers are motivated to publish with open access publishers? And what can the ministry do for that? Well, sure. When we talk of open access for scientific knowledge, it leads us to the question of scientific evaluation. Scientific evaluation is not in the hands of the ministry, fortunately, but indeed it's a matter of how do you enhance the value of open access publications when measuring and evaluating, assessing researchers and research institutions. Maybe we should count less, or we should count better in terms of quality and not just quantities. Also, there are national and international organizations. This is an international matter. Evaluating research should be shared worldwide, and it should be reformed by researchers and professors themselves. So it's in the hands of the research community more than it is in the hand of institutions per se, even though they have a role to play. And this can only be done internationally, the rating, evaluating of research work. Some communities are currently working on evaluating and the evolution of the evaluation of research.
Okay, I have to close this session. But a big thank you to our four speakers for such inspiring talks, and to our audience, thank you again for your great questions, comments, and engagement. Congratulations for ISSN network, and enjoy the rest of the conference in the afternoon, and I hope to see you again.
We will start in a few minutes, please. Okay, I think we can now start. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm really delighted to moderate this afternoon session where we will continue to explore issues of access and preservation of cultural and scholarly publication. My name is Sophie van de Poncel, and I'm working currently as director of the Contemporary Collection at KBR, the Royal Library of Belgium, for 12 years. This is not really easy to keep the audience attention after lunch, in fact. But I'm sure, thanks to this exciting afternoon program, it will be possible. But first, we will start with a brief introduction. So, mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues,
ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's with great pleasure that we are now opening the afternoon session. I want to remind us that we're gathering today to celebrate the 50 years of ISSN, 50 years of engagement, commitment for the identification, preservation, and valorization of serials throughout the world. The global documentary heritage, whether scientific, academic, or scholarly, or cultural, is a very precious memory. It's not just the job of technicians to ensure the preservation. It's a political act in favor of democracy, transparency, trust, and fair access to knowledge, guaranteeing the perennity of intellectual production means guaranteeing the rights of future generations to understand, to learn, and to create. So the stakes linked to the digital conservation, preservation of serials, digital serials, is crucial. A growing share of editorial production is born digital. We have to develop robust, interoperable, and durable infrastructures to ensure long-term access to these contents. The volatility of formats, dependency on proprietary technologies, and the risk of the disappearance of non-archived contents raises essential questions. ISSN Network, in collaboration with its international partners, plays a strategic role in structuring up and preserving this digital memory by guaranteeing traceability and perennial identification of journals. Since it was created, the ISSN Center embodies this mission with rigor and passion. It's a real tool serving democracy. It helps us to structure, make visible, and protect published periodicals in all their forms and languages. Its structural action is fundamental. It supports libraries, researchers, publishers, and cultural institutions worldwide, as well as the whole chain of the book trade. Nowadays, the fundamentals of democracy are really being tested, so it's essential to reassert our collective commitment for a strong, inclusive international dialogue. ISSN Network, through its expertise and its vision, is a key actor of this dynamic. By celebrating this jubilee together, we're opening up a new page, turning to the future, being convinced that international cooperation and cultural diplomacy are the best ways to preserve our common heritage and reinforce the basis of a fair and more enlightened world. Through this afternoon presentation, I'm sure we continue to support access to serials and periodicals. I'd like to thank them in advance for that.
And now we start with the first presentation of Chinwe Aminobi. Sorry for the spell. We will take the question after both presentations, if you want. So some biography about our speaker. Chinwe Anunobi est professeur en bibliothéconomie et sciences de l'information.
She's a professor in library economics and director of the National Library of Nigeria. She has a degree in biology and a PhD in library economics and in information science at the Nsukka University of Nigeria. She graduated from the Galila Information Management Institute in Israel.
Chinwe Veronica Anubi will today outline the strategy of the National Library and state libraries to cope with the growth in Nigerian publication. So the floor is yours.
I think it will be fine. I can afford to manage both of them. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's my pleasure this morning or this afternoon to be in your midst. Let me see. Let me confirm how it goes. It's not working. Is it working? No, it's working. All right. So it's my pleasure this afternoon to be in your midst as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the International Center. First, I am bringing felicitations from Nigeria, people of Nigeria, for this milestone. And I want to congratulate the director of the center, Gail, for the great work they have done, the milestones they have achieved, even standing strong in spite of the wave of technology and dynamics of the serious publishing trajectory. Since the establishment in 1975, the International Center has been consistent, and I want to congratulate you. And I want to also appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this gathering. While I'm going to tell us who we are as a Nigerians and as an international, as a national center, the milestones we have achieved, and then the crux of the matter, how we strategize to make sure that the women's scholarly communication will be able to address the needs of our stakeholders. So Nigeria, a federal republic that is made up of 36 states. This is the country we serve, with the capital in Abuja. We are located in West Africa, on the Gulf of Guinea, in the Atlantic Ocean. Above 924,000 kilometers is our area of occupation, and the population is over 232 million people. In Nigeria, we have over 274 universities, 205 colleges of education and honor NCE awarding institutions, 156 polytechnics. Sorry, I am not moving the slide. What is happening? So this is where I am. These institutions, they make up 90% of the clients we serve, while we also serve over 60 institutions, research institutions. And they produce research in bounty, and they also publish it
why the National Center in Nigeria, which is located in the National Library of Nigeria, provide them with international standard numbers, not only ISSN, ISBN, ISSMN. So as a country, as an institution that houses the National Center, we are established in 1964. We just celebrated our 60th anniversary last year. The place of location is there. And we have a unique nature. The National Library of Nigeria, we are required to have a branch in all the states of the Federation. So if we have 36 states, we are supposed to have 36 branches. Currently, we have 34. And that 34 is being served from the headquarters, that is where the National Center is established, or where the National Center is operating. We are also, by law, expected to sensitize authors, publishers, printers on publishing, writing, and legal deposit. It is in our law, it's a requirement. And we provide prerogative services, like I have said, not only ISSN, ISBN, and ISSN, of course, legal deposit services to the 230 million people. Now, as a center, we have achieved milestones. The center was established, the National Center for ISBN was established in 1976. And we issued the first ISSN, which is 00013099, to a title. Can you, oh, sorry. Oh, I am very sorry. That's a milestone. So we issued the first ISSN to a title called Abacus. It is a journal of the Mathematical Association of Nigeria, housed in the University of Ibadan. And I want to tell you that the first chairman of the governing board of the International Center was our CEO, Mr. S.B. Ajay. He was from 1976 to 1978, he was piloting the board of the International Center. It's a milestone. And then between 1976 and 2024, we have issued 23,000, approximately 24,000 ISSN. And this comprised of 21,000, above 21,000 print, and then 2,000, above 2,000 from EISSN, which was, we started in 2010 issuing online publications, but I know that it increased with this digitization and converting them to digital. And then another milestone is that in 2014, the International Center gave us an award for clearing our backlogs of errors and entries accumulated over the years. We championed that, and we are given an award. And then there was a remarkable move and growth in publication assignment of ISSN from 2017, because a new department was created in the National Library, International Standard and Programs Department, and the ISSN Center became a division, and that gave them opportunity to blossom. You will go to see what happened after they became a division. And above all, we celebrated our 60th anniversary as a national library, and also 48 years as an international center for ISSN. That's about a milestone. Is it not cheering? Now, these are the people behind it. The young lady there is the desk officer. Can you stand up so that they can see you? So is the brain behind the fulcrum around which this, and that's her picture. Yes, let me show you the beautiful lady. Yeah, that's her. Yeah. So you can see from the picture, because of the population, and you will not understand. When you go to monograph we turn in a month. In a year, we can turn in 27,000 titles of monographs. So it's a lot of responsibility. And these, our young stars, their staff, they are up to the expectation. But I want to tell you here, we have a uniqueness. The uniqueness is that for private publishers, they are supposed to deposit 3 copies, that is commercial publishers, of serious publication. But for government, state government, they deposit 10 copies. For federal government, they deposit 25 copies. That's because of the uniqueness of the National Library of Nigeria. We serve everybody, the 36 states. So our mandate, that is the sensitization is there. What we do in sensitization, we do town hall meetings. Like when we get back now, a lot of things have happened in the new manual. We must have to have a town hall meeting. We also do workshops to help them. We do national, regional workshop, and you get to know the uniqueness and the strategy using these regional centers and the states. Still on a milestone, within the year we are considering, that is 2024, 1976, when we are established as a national center, to 2024, and I have told you the number of ISBN we have, ISSN we have issued, but then you can see the distribution. When you look at it, in 5 years, 1976 to 2002, we were able to issue above 4,000. But then we had a peak between 2013 and 2017. The reason is at the other graph. One is because that is given a division, they were able to clear the backlog, they were able to sensitize, the division started working efficiently, and they were able to mobilize people to begin to receive ISSN. That's why we have it. But then when you look at the 2022 to 2024, though the year has not ended, but you can see that the graph has nosedived. No, the reason being that between 2022 and 2023, we are in difficulty remitting our money, and after 3 years, the International Center ceased to give us number. We started having problems. Not only that, we had internal problems because of economic crisis. There was fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy was removed in our country in 2023, and then also the currency was devaluated from 400 naira per dollar to 1,600 naira per dollar. So publishers, researchers, authors, they were trying to find their feet. They were struggling to make a living. So people were a kind of demoralized. So it affected the publication and the issuance of ISSN. However, during the first presentation by the director, you saw that errors, the number of errors and the number of records with errors reduced. Nigeria was part of the instrumental to the reduction. The center, the National Center, they were busy correcting and removing errors from our own records. See, on their mandate, I want to explain further. You see the percentage of EISSN over that of the print ISS. I must assure you, before the year 2030, the EISSN will overtake, apart from the fact that many people are publishing online, the prints are being digitized and they're being issued. Now, the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is, how do we cope? The population, so many, universities, colleges of education, research institutions, they are carrying out research, publishing, and they're producing. How do we? It is based on our relationship. We have a uniqueness and we have to address our own peculiarity. And that is to say that the branches serve as regional and branch centers. What the International Center does for the national centers, that is what our National Center does for the regional and the branch centers. We communicate with them. Instead of dealing with the universities or the polytechnics, or research institutions, about 300,000 of them, we are dealing with only 34 branches, plus some of the publishers and researchers that are residing in the Federal Capital Territory. So it makes the work so easy, makes the work so seamless. So we deal with them through communication, using text messages, WhatsApp messages, email. When they get information from these researchers and publishers, they will now relay it to the National Center. The National Center will verify the title. If it is okay, they issue the number and relay it back to the regional center, what I call the regional center. So it became so easy. It becomes so easy for us. And then we relate with the stakeholders, the authors, the publishers, the information managers, through that town hall meetings. From time to time, like this year, we are going to have one national town hall meeting and sensitization while the branches and the regional centers are engaging these publishers in meetings, sensitization, and then we produce newsletters from time to time, and then they have a WhatsApp group where they communicate with the publishers. This is how we cope with the mammoth researchers that are knocking at our door trying to get international numbers. Now, so we can go to say that the awareness is not like, since 2017, there is great awareness, and they have started using the National Center through the regional centers. Now it's seamless. Issuance of ISSN is seamless, and then standard is being maintained, and it has reduced, actually drastically, fake numbers and imposters. Before they became a division, it was something else. It's just a number. Anybody can put a number and you get what you want. The ISSN is not from the moon. It's not rocket science. It's a number. So people are faking numbers and they're providing it. Then also ease of bibliographic control. You can imagine when we were dealing with about 300 or more publishers and authors, instead of dealing with 34 branches and regional offices. They turn in their report, they turn in we monitor them to know, and we feel the pulse of the publishers through them. Now, we had concerns. Yeah, I'm always done. We have concerns, but that concerns have been cleared through the workshops. Loose criteria for accepting titles, we are not meant to understand that the ISBN is an identifier for the title and nothing more, not content, because we see that a lot of publications they're bringing up, many of them they don't stand the test of time, but we have to issue, as we have been told. Predatory journal is, somebody told me that Nigeria is a culprit. Oh, fine, Nigeria is a culprit, but it's not for the National Center to police them. So it's a concern, but it has been cleared. But then media publishers abandoning use of ISSN. We discovered that some newspaper companies, if they want anything to remove in order to accommodate something else, they remove ISSN, the number. So we have been able to, oh, sorry, you have not been. So they try to remove the ISSN, and each time we discover it, we shout, and they will say, oh, sorry. And so it's been a concern. And then some publishers, authors are yet to understand the difference between digital object identifier that identifies title, the article title, and that of ISSN. But we struggle to let them understand it's a concern. Then AI-generated publication is no longer a concern, because whether it is AI or not, we issue ISSN. Then online publications without ISSN, we're having this issue, and each time we track them, we find out and we encourage them. And through that sensitization, we are trying to overcome that. Proliferation of phase ISSN centers, of course, I have discussed it. It's coming down gradually, but it's still a concern. Then difficulty in remittances. It's only the International Center that understands that we pass through difficulty. when there is no way to give out international remit money, they will go to the library. They will go to the international, they will hold down our money. But we are fighting, we are struggling, we are overcoming. Now, the future. The National Library of Nigeria has concluded plans to deploy ISSN app. Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah. Why? No, it doesn't have the future. So this is the old. Yes, I have the future here. So now, the future is that we are developing an app so that apart from using the regional centers, any publisher can now apply and then send to us, yes, and we process, we verify, and we remit the number. We are developing the app and making effort. I have started discussing with Philip. We want to see if we can begin to assign DOI, give that service to our country. Then illegal deposit, we are not alone. I think you people are also in the challenge. Illegal deposit for ISSN after initial deposit. We don't get it. We don't know how we are going to, we struggle. Maybe we borrow the idea from France by the time they begin to issue illegal deposits to ISSN. And then training of staff is our future. We continue to train staff. By the time we get back now, with the new manual, we begin to train staff. It's our focus. And the sensitization, we train our stakeholders, we train staff, and then we dissolve them to go and train the stakeholders. Now, we discovered that we are not getting enough data, enough statistics. We do all this, but we are not providing the statistics that will help us to know as a management decision tool. So we are going to diversify our collection, our data collection based on language. We have over 450 languages in Nigeria. And then affiliation of publishers. We have all those, but we're going to diversify it. What happened to my, conclusion? I don't have conclusion in this one. Then I have conclusion. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring and interesting presentation, Shui. As said, we will take some questions after both presentations. And now I'm particularly delighted to welcome first and introduce our second speaker, Joanna Bell. Please. And I will first say some words about the biography. Joanna has been Chief Executive of the OIG since 2022, yes, having held senior leadership and management position in the UK and Denmark for over 25 years. Most recently as Director of the Roskilde University Library, part of the Royal Library, the Royal Danish Library, and as an expert and advocate of open science. She co-led the Royal Library's strategic open science initiative and chaired the University of Roskilde's Open Science Working Group. Joanna will talk to us about the partnership between ISSN IC and the OIG as tool for supporting openness, standards, and trust. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sophie. And I'm going to try and maintain the energy that Chinwe just brought to the stage, but I'm not sure I'm going to manage it. But I'd like to start by firstly congratulating ISSN on this fantastic milestone, and also thanking you for inviting me to be here today. As you heard, I'm a librarian. Just the idea that I'm here in front of ISSN and in the Bibliothèque Nationale is a bit like a dream come true. So thank you for that. So I'm going to be talking about partnerships today, but I thought it would be useful for me to talk a little bit about the partnership between, to talk about a little bit about my own organisation first. I know that you're all very familiar with ISSN. You're perhaps less familiar with, DOAJ, so I will explain a little bit about us. We were founded back in 2003 in Lund University Libraries by my predecessor, Lars Bjørnshauge. We're now a community-led non-profit organisation based in Denmark. We are a unique index of diverse peer-reviewed open access journals from across the world, and that's regardless of language, of discipline, and we aim to cover as many countries as possible. Our criteria, every journal that has to apply to be indexed within the DOAJ has to demonstrate that it meets our evaluation criteria. These are developed over the years, and they include things like making sure that there's an adequate peer review process, making sure that a journal is transparent, for example, around any costs involved with publication. And all of our criteria available on our web pages openly. But these criteria have gradually been seen as an unofficial standard for open access journal publishing. And because of this, this means that DOAJ and the journals that we index are now trusted by the community and so integrated into library discovery systems and into other services. Just going to try and change the display here slightly. Excellent, yeah. And I know from the conversation we had this morning, I'm not allowed to say we're free of charge. We're not free of charge. We are openly available, and we survive because we receive contributions mainly from libraries across the world that use and value our services. So if you do use us and don't support us, please consider doing so. So let's think about partnerships. I'm going to be specifically focusing on ISSN and DOAJ today, but I know ISSN is involved with lots of other partnerships, with a lot of other strategic partnerships, with other strategic partners, and I'm sure that your organisations are also partnering as well. So why do we partner, and what makes a good partnership? So I tried to find a good definition of a partnership, and I found this one, which is about non-profit organisations, which seem to fit fairly well. Partnerships require that organisations have common interests. They require that organisations trust one another enough to be able to share resources and knowledge to achieve their goals. And perhaps most importantly, partnerships enable organisations to achieve things that they could not achieve working on their own. So when we look at the partnership between ISSN and DOAJ, it serves several purposes. It enables us to tackle some of the challenges and complexities of scholarly publishing, which is lucky because we know just how complex and challenging scholarly publishing can be. We can pool our knowledge, our expertise, our resources, and we can tackle shared problems. And these problems aren't static. They develop, they keep changing. And so the partnership needs to evolve too. So this slide really demonstrates one of the ways in which ISSN and DOAJ are linked from the perspective of the life cycle of an open access journal. Now, we know that a scholarly journal is usually created to fill a gap, perhaps in a new or evolving area of study, perhaps as a result of a scholarly community or society deciding to establish a platform for their discipline. And one of the first things we hope, of course, that the journal will do is to apply for an ISSN. This ensures that it can be recognised as a legitimate, trackable and discoverable journal. We then hope that once this open access journal has been publishing for a year or so, it has built up a publication history, that it will apply to DOAJ for indexing to demonstrate that it meets community accepted standards for open access publishing, as I said before, peer review, editorial policies, transparency, and so on. This combination of ISSN and DOAJ functions as a trust marker for the community, which means a journal with both ISSN and DOAJ is trusted by researchers, by funders, and by libraries. And our metadata is openly available. We have an API, OAI, PMH. You can download our journal list as a CSV. And this metadata is integrated as a trusted source into library catalogues across the world. It's used by libraries to help researchers find somewhere trusted to publish. We're included in journal finder tools, and we're also included in some of the bigger discovery systems, for example, OpenAlex or Dimensions. So the ISSN plus DOAJ leads to much more visibility and reputation for a journal. We also operate at that intersection between libraries and publishers. So both communities depend on us for our services, and we work together as well. So I've talked a little bit about our partnership. So what has that partnership consisted of, and how has it evolved over the years? So DOAJ is a little sister. We're much younger than ISSN. And when we were launched back in 2003 with just 330 journals at that point, and the point of DOAJ was to enable really a finding point for all the new open access journals that were springing up. My predecessor, Lars Bjørnshauge, was insistent that having an ISSN should be a requirement for being included in DOAJ. In 2013, when the International Centre launched the Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, ISSN then indicated whether a journal or a resource was in DOAJ, so providing the users of Rode with a trust marker. Of course, around that time, we began to see an increase in perhaps questionable behaviours and practices amongst publishers, potentially predatory practices, and a number of bad actors. So in response to that, DOAJ improved its criteria, made them much more robust, and we asked all our journals to reapply to be indexed. And at this time, a number of organisations, including ISSN and DOAJ, came together to combat this issue and launched Think, Check, Submit. Now, I hope you're familiar with this service. If not, then please have a look at it. It's all freely available online, but it's a really useful resource in advising researchers to find reliable outlets for their work. And there's a checklist for both books and for both and journals now. It's a cross-sector initiative. It's all about building trust, and it's now translated into over 40 languages. So hopefully it will be in your language. Please take a look at that. Back to the partnership. We'd always relied on having an ISSN as a mark of a genuine journal before indexing in DOAJ. But from 2016, we began to use the ISSN portal as part of our verification process, so really integrating those two services. And I have to say that now we really couldn't do without that. We receive about 800 applications every month to the index, which all need to be checked against our criteria. We're a very small team, but through this integration, it means we can have a triage process, and if a journal doesn't have an ISSN, a confirmed ISSN, then we can reject it straight away, which really reduces the workload on my team. So thank you. Thank you for that. And then in 2021, we began to add links from our journal pages within DOAJ back to the ISSN portal. Again, adding another almost trust marker or a way for information to be verified. And then perhaps our most recent collaboration has been around digital preservation, which I know is the subject of the panel later on. And that's a JASPER project, which was launched by DOAJ, CLOCKS, Internet Archive, Keepers Registry, and PKP. And this is all about addressing the challenge of lack of preservation coverage and providing a free, low-cost option for preserving vulnerable, no-fee, community-led open access journals. So Jasper's a tool, it's a workflow, and it helps journals choose the most suitable preservation option according to their resources. And so far we've facilitated the long-term preservation of, I think, about 20 titles, and in fact one of them has been triggered already in Clock. So we're really pleased, well, I'm not sure we're pleased to see the demise of a journal, but we're really pleased to see that that journal has had its content preserved and that that content is still available for the community. So that's our partnership. That's how we work together. And so what's the secret to a good partnership? What can we learn? What makes your partnerships work? I think what's key is shared values, and DOAJ and ISSN certainly have a number of those. I've highlighted just a few of those here today that I thought it would be worth taking a closer look at. So the first, global inclusion and equity. This is the ISSN International Network. I hope that's up to date. And as we know, ISSN has an explicitly global mission, and it is one of the few infrastructures really designed from the outset as a truly international system, with over 90, I don't have the exact figure to hand, over 90 national and regional centres. So you really are, this community here is really a testament to that global community. And what you bring is your own language expertise and your own national context, making sure that there's cultural inclusivity within the network. This is DOAJ. So we have a similar commitment to global inclusion. As I might have said before, we have 22,000 journals in the index now. My notes here say that we have 139 countries with titles in DOAJ. That's now out of date because last week we indexed our first journal from Togo, which I was really excited about. We include 89 languages. And to support our work, as well as having our core team, we have over 100 volunteers worldwide who help us understand the local language and publishing context. Trust is something I've already touched on. I think trust, quality, information standards, they're all related, and I think those are things that we share together as two organisations. So ISSN, of course, is the baseline of trust that a title exists, and it can be identified within the global scholarly record. It provides a persistent, a unique and traceable identifier for a journal all the way through its life cycle. At DOAJ, as I've mentioned, we have our own standard, our own criteria, which are an unofficial standard in open access publishing, and provide journals with a mark of quality. So together, those two services create layered trust in scholarly publishing. We know that a journal is identifiable, and we know that it meets certain quality criteria. And finally, both DOAJ and ISSN are community, or at the very heart, community organisations. Both organisations are managed and run by the community through their governing boards. Both have that global network, the ISSN national centres, and at DOAJ we have, I mentioned, our volunteers who help us with the editorial work to review all the applications that we receive, but we also have an ambassador programme for low and middle income countries to work with journal editors in their local context to discuss the importance of publication standards, the importance of publishing open access, and ideally to help us or help those journals apply to DOAJ successfully. And of course, both of us develop our services with input from our community of libraries and publishers, ISSN through its Technical Advisory Committee, and DOAJ through its Advisory Board and its Editorial Policy Advisory Group. So what does the future hold for this partnership? We're different organisations, we have different missions, but how can we develop together and perhaps solve problems in future? This is a first issue, I think, there's potential for us to work on as a community, actually not just ISSN and DOAJ, but all players within scholarly communications. So this first challenge, or wicked problem, you might call it, is this loss of trust in scholarly publishing. So we know that the incentives and reward system for researchers is broken. It rewards researchers to publish more, to be cited more, and constantly be productive and be producing articles. And this, of course, creates the pressure, this pressure creates perhaps a temptation for some researchers to cut corners in terms of research integrity. And it's these same researchers, stressed researchers, that we are expecting to then peer review all of these outputs. And there's more and more articles, more and more strain on the peer review process as well. There are a growing number of bad actors. We see that at DOAJ. So more questionable journals, paper mills. And these are all players who are trying to exploit the system and essentially get money for article processing charges without carrying out adequate peer review. And we're seeing, I have to talk about AI because we all need to mention AI. There is an increase in the use of AI and AI-generated content, and it's really hard for all of our services to be able to keep up with that use and keep ahead of the game. So both ISSN and DOAJ strengthen trust in scholarly journals. In the coming years, we know that ISSN is going to be focusing on the robustness of the ISSN assignment process to provide the community with additional evidence and reassurance about journals. At DOAJ, we will continue to adjust our standards as the environment develops. We're about to launch our first requirements for an AI policy. We also have a team within DOAJ specifically dedicated to investigating instances of questionable publishing and removing or excluding those journals and publishers from our index. Commitment to improving discovery. I was really impressed with Chinwe's certificate for clearing up all the errors in the data errors. I thought maybe that's the answer. But discovery systems and tools really rely on our metadata and the accuracy of our metadata to integrate, match, and link serials. And I think there's real potential there, perhaps working together, perhaps working with AI to be able to improve the quality of our metadata. Adding more persistent identifiers to ISSN records, to DOAJ entries, would strengthen scholarly infrastructure by making journals, articles, and contributors more discoverable, more interoperable, and so more trustworthy. And I know we both have the challenge of identifying publishers uniquely, and I hope that's something we can find a common solution to. The final challenge I have here is the issue of the long-term preservation of journals, which I've already touched upon. The Keepers Registry data shows that there is very much still a problem that we need to address as a community. Small journals, they're often hosted by very small publishers, sometimes one-man bands. They might be academic societies, individuals, and they lack perhaps the knowledge, the expertise, or the resources to be able to deal with this issue. In DOAJ, we know that half of the publishers in the index publish only one journal. So there is a real gap there. Long-term preservation safeguards their content, their credibility, and their contribution to the scholarly record, making sure that this knowledge remains accessible for the future. So Jasper has been one solution, but I think we can continue work together and with other parties across scholarly communications to improve this issue. Just before I finish, actually, there was something that has only just occurred to me, actually, having had discussions with so many of you over the last 24 hours, is actually we could work closely together as networks. As I said, we have an ambassador network within DOAJ, you have your national centres, and very often we want to get and make an inroad into a country or understand the publishing culture and don't know where to start. And I'm sure that there's a lot of potential. And I'm just going to use an example here because I know that for a long time we have been wondering why the third heaviest use of our index comes from the Philippines. And I know that the national network is here, so I'm really looking forward to having that conversation and understanding what is going on and what we can do perhaps to support scholarly publishing or support the interest in DOAJ there. I've highlighted just one partnership so today, just between ISSN and DOAJ, but of course there are many, many partnerships between the different organisations that make scholarly communication, scholarly publishing work. These are just some, but not all, of those organisations, and we really are the plumbing of scholarly communication. And that's a good thing. We are the ones who make things happen. Sometimes it can also be a bad thing because nobody's interested in plumbing until it stops working, and then everybody wants to know what the problem is. So just to sum up, I want to restate that our infrastructures cannot operate in a vacuum. None of us hold all the pieces. We all have our areas of expertise. And I think our partnership shows how we can combine our strengths, our resources, and our passion for making improvements to the way that scholarly publishing works to address the problems that we could not solve on our own. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this very, very brilliant and excellent presentation. We feel and we hear your passion, you're both patient. In fact, it is really clear for us, and yes, and impressed by that. It is very interesting to see how this kind of partnership, it is in fact a real deal for all partners. And we see, oh no, it is possible to enhance the access to the collection, and it is brilliant. Thanks a lot. So now we have, it is time for a few questions. We will take some questions. Habab.
Thank you so much for the brilliant presentations. I would like to, I'm Rabab from Egypt. I have a question concerning DOAJ. I'm very familiar with DOAJ because I'm working directly with Mahmoud Khalifa. So we have a direct communication. But my question concerning the relation between DOAJ and Think, Check, Submit. I myself, I don't see a direct relation, so I need some explanation on that. Maybe I didn't get one of the points because Think, Check, Submit is given, is advised for authors. So I'm not sure if there is a direct communication between DOAJ and Think, Check, Submit. My the other question is concerning the model of publishing, which is every region has its own characteristics in publishing. So you should, I'm sure that you know that maybe the Arab region has this module of one-to-one, one organization for one journal. So we don't have this big commercial publishers who are gathering everything under one roof. We are trying to make some sort of portals just like the scientific portal of Iraq, the portal of Algeria, and the EKB, Egyptian Knowledge Bank in Egypt. So, but this is, at the end of the day, are not considered publishers. So could you explain if there is something concerning gathering pieces, as much as we can, of course, under one roof? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Yes, so Think, Check, Submit. It was founded by DOAJ and ISSN, and there are a number of other organisations, and I can't remember all of their names, but if you go to the website, you will see that it's about 10 organisations, Gail. I think you're on the committee. And it's very collaborative. Every organisation contributes a small amount of money to the running of the initiative and to support the creation of marketing materials, for example. DOAJ actually, our deputy director is chair of that group, and they meet once every month, once every 2 months to discuss what might need to be addressed, more materials, more translations, questions from the community. It is very much dedicated to authors, but I think it fills a gap. And it's something that libraries especially really value, because it means that they can provide that to their researchers without just saying, oh, go and check and see if a journal is in DOAJ. Because if a journal isn't in DOAJ, it might still be a very good open access journal. It's just never applied. So it's about really, training researchers. I know you can never train a researcher from experience as a librarian, but training researchers to think quite critically about where they submit. Look, these are the things you need to look at when you publish your research. The second question, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll start, and if I haven't answered it, then let me know. We are very aware of the global nature of DOAJ, and that it's far easier for Elsevier to get the journal into DOAJ with one of its kind of cookie cutter, we call it, websites, and straightforward editorial policies than it is for a lot of these smaller journals. So we do a number of things to try and support journals that are perhaps more vulnerable, or that have where there's just one person working at that journal. So if the journal does apply and we reject it, then we give feedback, detailed feedback to that journal on where it's fallen short. Perhaps it's their licensing, copyright and licensing policy. Perhaps perhaps it's something that's not very transparent about their fees, for example. So we try and provide good feedback. We try and listen and understand, and that's part of the ambassador network, and Mahmoud, who you mentioned, is one of our ambassadors. We try and listen to the local context to understand, are our criteria relevant? Can they be applied globally? Are there particular issues that we need to think about in a local context? And then she just finally, you may remember we had something called the DOAJ Seal, which we awarded to journals up until earlier this year, and that was if they met a number of additional criteria over and above our basic criteria. And we found that time and time again, the big commercial global north publishers were able to achieve the seal, and smaller publishers outside the global north were not able to. And that the community was seeing the global seal the DOAJ seal as an extra form of quality. So actually we did away with it because we didn't want to create that idea that just because you can do these extra things, just because you can have a DOI, which costs money, you're better. But I don't think I answer your question about platforms precisely.
Is one of the biggest umbrella that we are working with. Platforms are working with more standards, so platforms might have a bigger chance in being accepted. So others will have, I cannot say this term, but less chances, because as you illustrated now, there is a criteria. The criteria sometimes is applied generally in one platform, but you will never find it sporadically. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, platforms are a really good way to concentrate resources and expertise, make sure that policies are in place. And so collaboration like we have with EKB is really valuable. And we're trying to do that as well across Europe at the moment, because there's a number of diamond capacity centres that are springing up in relation to all the investments happened in diamond in Europe recently. So we're trying to make contact with them, but we do that. We also have a good relationship with the platform in Algeria, for example, AJOL, and other platforms around the world. So there's something there around kind of strength in numbers and partnering to create capacity.
Hello, my name is Katerina from the Metadata Department of ISSN International Center. A question for Joanna, please. You briefly talked about, you mentioned that you explore AI possibilities where possible. Could you give us some more details, please?
It is not a conference about AI. No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah. We are particularly interested because we are about to start exploring at the International Center in order to for the quality, of course, of records.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it would be really good to have that conversation, because we are also about to start. I know that some of my team have been using AI, for example, for some of their processes, for example, to check for endogeny within a journal, to make sure that it's not just the editorial board that are publishing. And they can do that quite easily with AI, but we haven't really integrated it into the way we work. We need to do that very carefully, and so it would be great to have a conversation with you. I know also that Cette in Spain have also been using AI to evaluate their journals. So I think it's really important to learn from each other. So yes, please, let's have that conversation.
Other questions? Okay, yes.
Thank you. I'm taking the floor from the perspective of a scientist, which is a bit different from librarians. And I think that this question that was just mentioned of evaluation is a major one, because as a scientist, I received at least 10 requests a day for unknown journals, and some known journals, known, but where I will not publish, because I know that there are journals with most likely all the criteria to receive ISSN and DOAG label, but that are using processes to publish where you can publish anything you want without a real peer review, because you know that many of these publishers, especially in the field of biomedicine, are inviting for special issues. They are taking 2 or 3 scientists nobody knows that are trying to raise more papers, everything for raising money. And at the end, they are reviewing themselves one way or another. So apparently, it looks like a peer review process. It looks like a scientific issue, but at the end of the day, it's just nothing to read. So how to deal with these things, how to collaborate also with most likely scientific councils of institutions or of learned societies to really tag these publishers, and we know some of them with hundreds of journals or apparent journals that are making millions. Just to finish, because I was very interested with your trusted journal criteria. In our institution at INSERM, we try to orient our researcher to not only to escape from predatory journals, but also from journals we prefer you not to publish in. So how to work together to reach these goals.
Is this a question for Joanna or for Joanna? For both. For both.
I think for both of you, because Joanna, you are immediately exposed to this with DOAG, yes, and Chinwe, most likely because of the size of Nigeria, you will have these publishers, because now they are settled in India, in China, in Switzerland, but maybe tomorrow it will be in Nigeria.
It's been a concern for us. In fact, the Nigeria Academy of Science sometime approached me to see how we can reduce the proliferation of all these predatory journals. But we checked the criteria because we are just a national center. I'm an academia, but I have to work according to the rules. I'm not a censorship institution. So whatever the requirement is, if you meet the requirements, I can tell you somebody was able to produce 100 articles in a year, a scientific article. That may be an issue of AI, and then the issue of predatory, assessment, tenure, getting to tenure. What do? I mentioned it, that for me, if you are talking about academics, it's a different ballgame. If you are talking about an administrator and a national center, it's a different ballgame. I will play according to the rules. Yeah.
It is clear.
Yes, so two things. In terms of working with researchers, a lot of the investigations we carry out into journals in the index that we then perhaps have to remove are started because the community have let us know. So if you're getting 10 emails a day about a journal and it's in DOAJ and you think it's dodgy, so not a very technical term, but if you think it's suspicious, then please let us know, because we do work actively with the community. We also have links to a lot of relationships with researchers who are investigating paper mill networks and other suspicious activity, and they often send us lists of journals that they think are suspicious, and we will then carry out an investigation and remove them. I agree, it's a problem. The other thing is just going back to special issues. Yes, that's also a problem. The way we try and tackle things is to try and improve standards. So last year, or perhaps the year before, we introduced some criteria around special issues to make sure, or being very specific about the fact that we expect there to be editorial oversight from the editor-in-chief of the journal for a special issue. So that if we think that there isn't good oversight, editorial oversight, we can then address that and perhaps remove that journal from the index. And we have removed journals from the index based on that criterion.
Another question there.
A question for Chinwe, and not AI. I'm particularly interested in inclusivity and participation in standards development. And for a very long time, the Global South has not been terribly engaged in the development of international standards and standards writ large. Are there ways that we can encourage that? Because if you're not if the Global South isn't involved in these conversations, say around DOI and the costs for that, or we're not serving the worldwide community in the way that we need to, how can we encourage participation in these processes from people in the Global South?
All right. At the course of my presentation, I told us that between 2022 and 2024, scholars, researchers, academia, they are struggling. And if you be listening to news, you hear a lot of strikes here and there. They have refused to teach. They've refused, they don't have the resources to carry out the research, and not to talk of conversation around the issue of scholarly communication. So we have a lot of crises. It's a global crisis, economic crisis, but we have peculiarities. And it's the academia and the researchers. But that crop of people, they have been discouraged. They do not have the voice, and if they do not have the voice in decision, in policy, I bet you they may not. Last year, there was Diamond Open Access, Global Diamond Open Access discussion in Cape Town. When I was invited, Nigeria didn't send me, and when I went back, I had to do a proposal, I had to do a recommendation and send to, but nothing happened. So how do you begin to discuss it? There is a hierarchy of needs. If you finish one, you get to the other.
Thank you again for the presentations, Joanna and Chinwe, for this very brilliant and excellent presentation both. Now, before moving on the round table discussion on digital preservation, we need some breaks, I think so. So now we'll come back here at 4 o'clock.
So good afternoon, everyone. Here we are in our last session today, which will be, I'm sure, which will be very interesting because at the end of the day, and we need to be all in one discussion. I would like to thank you so much for this busy day, and I hope that everything is okay for you. We could start with a very rapid introduction about our session. We are working on preservations since morning, and we are hearing all this term preservation, and then maybe this session will be more interactive because we will concentrate on preservation of scholarly publications and the services that giving this. Of course, preservation of heritage is most important, but scientific or scholarly publications are a heritage also, and might be going for heritage. The theory of Newton is still scientific, and it's heritage. So in our word now, the word preservation is a must. It's not something that we need to think twice about it. We are always talking about preservation as when we have challenges, and because the word it has many challenges, and it will ever be just like that. So we will ever talk about preservations. Yesterday we were talking about preservation for paper forms, for scientific research in a paper form, and we invented the microfilm and scanning and digitization projects and many digitization projects. And then now we are speaking about digitization for electronic resources, which will be going into many of the challenges. Now in our session, our points of maybe would be very interesting for all is what the preservation of electronic resources, what exactly, we have a challenge in organizational capacities, which we don't know. Every institution has its own capacities and all priorities, of course. Also, the challenges concerning the cybersecurity, challenges concerning political implications of any place which we can preserve. We need to preserve our heritage. And then there are many projects are working now on the ground concerning preservation. Let me introduce our panelists, who are very, I'm very happy to have them today, and I have the pleasure to meet them again. So let me start with Ms. Gabriella Richard. She is the director of PERSI, a research unit affiliated with the CNRS and l'École Normale Supérieure de Lyon in France, a philosopher by training. She managed several university libraries before joining PERSI. And then, ladies first. Alicia Wise, Mrs. Alicia Wise, which she is the executive director of Clocks, the famous Clocks, in the UK, originally trained as an archaeologist. She worked at the Archaeology Data Services before moving into publishing industry at the Publishers Licensing Society, like Elsevier. Okay, then Mr. Jeffrey. Mr. Jeffrey van der Hoven, excuse my pronunciation, I'm sorry, has worked at the Royal Library of Netherlands for over 20 years. And then he has held various roles related to digital preservation, and now head of a department responsible for digital preservation. So welcome aboard of this very interesting session. And I hope that we start with the governmental start. Mr. Jeffrey, could you please start? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Great to be here, and also my first time actually that we combine, I think, digital preservation and the ISSN event. So I'm really thrilled that we mix these two communities together. We spoke on forehand about what's the take within an organization on one hand digital preservation, exposed to other challenges within a library in our site, in our case. So I've been around for a while, indeed, more than 20 years in preservation, and I've seen a lot of coming and going. We're in there for the long term, of course. That's the aim, to keep our digital collections, the digitized collection, but also the born digital material safe for the longer term. For future users, of course, and in any way. So for research, that could be for the general public, could be for students. The difficulty it takes within the organization normally is that you need to keep focus on that theme over and over again. So I've seen over these years, and I think you might recognize that within your own organization, maybe not only specific on preservation, but this is the topic for now, is that it's in the beginning a hot topic because it's new. A lot of investments go into that. It's pioneering. But when it gets settled, it often gets a bit out of focus. The directors think of other priorities, of giving access, doing text and data mining, AI coming up. But still, it remains only accessible when we preserve and take care of the digital collections from the start. So I've seen the challenge over the years, and it's really hard to keep that focus within the library. So I actually take, I think, two approaches. That's in the first one, making sure you remain with the expertise needed within your organization. So have the right people skilled, make them vocal within your organization, and make sure that others are aware of what it takes. And on the other hand, it's more the, I would say, policy-based approach to make sure that preservation is part of your library's policy. That is not something as a hobby, but really in the heart of the library, as what we did originally with printed material and manuscripts is now also to be done for the digital area. So that's what we did. What I did with my department, for example, the past years, is to write up a preservation policy to make sure it's stated on our website. Go for a Core Seal certificate, so it's really in the heart of also the boardroom that this is still important. So that's my take actually on this point, and it still works out. So that's the bright side.
Thank you, and now we will have the counter, maybe counterpoint of view.
Maybe a complementary point of view. So Jeffrey's service is a preservation service within a huge national library. CLOCS is a small organization. There are 10 of us, and it's an international archive. We're currently preserving content published in around 75 countries in all subject areas that would be of interest to an academic library, so humanities and social sciences as well as STEM. And we're a charity. We're jointly governed by libraries and publishers around the world, and we have a distributed service. So we have 12 vaults, each containing all of the content preserved through our service, and they're located around the world in different countries and different regions, so Japan and Australia, Germany and Italy, the UK, Canada, and the US. Notice a gap in the global south, and we'll come back to that later because it's an important gap. So just maintaining an archive of over 60 million publications with a team of 10, that's pretty challenging, actually, in making sure it's sustainable and consensus-based. I'd say another of our challenges is that we have pretty robust technology. We were born out of Stanford University where the computer science department and the library department collaborated to create open source preservation software. It's terrific. The team of software engineers at Stanford are wonderful. They're amazing. But as many of you will know, long-term preservation services are about people, even more than technology, and about content as well. So a lot of our effort goes into trust building. In order to be able to work well, we need to be trusted by libraries and publishers. Sometimes these two communities do not always trust one another. So this takes effort and attention and kindness and respect for the norms of both, for the interests of both, wide access and copyright, which can be in conflict as well. So it's the people and the attention to policies and governance and inclusion that are key challenges for us.
Thank you. And then from my point of view, the middle part, you're international. We are working on the National Library, and the intermediate part would be Gabriella. So let's start.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak. Are we in the middle? We are another type of stakeholder, per se, as a platform for virtualizing French-speaking journals as one. We are a platform for virtualization, for enrichment as well, by assigning identifiers, but also a platform for distributing scholarly French-speaking journals by way of our identifiers. Very early on in our project, virtualization was identified as a major challenge, but per se is not the one which has been doing this long-term preservation. We haven't got the technical and IT capacity to effect this long-term preservation. We are working with a partnership with CINES, the IT Center for the Higher Education in France, which has had the capacity to actually operate and run this archiving service. Now, having said that, it is also a question of making sure that we successfully ensure preservation over the long term, because this partnership agreement involves making sure that per se finances this archiving service, knowing that there is a growing production with growing volumes, which we have to stay abreast of, and there is a financial aspect which probably we'll discuss again in the course of our panel session, but which is not incidental, as it is a key challenge for us. Now, the other angle, it seems, or the other challenge maybe for us on long-term preservation and archiving is that the role of per se as a platform has been to produce this data, to format this data so that it can be uploaded to this CINES archiving platform. Now, the actual exercise we haven't been doing, which possibly we'll have to do, is that we might need to restore the distribution system, which has been our specialty, starting by the retrieval of this archive data. And this is something we have never done. And possibly this is probably and might be a conundrum or dilemma for us. Today, preservation has been considered as last resource or last resort preservation, as we know that the most costly data, the source data, is being archived, but we've never had to do the test. Even in the real world, we've never had to retrieve, to restore our distribution portal starting from this archive data.
Thank you. You've mentioned the very high topic, which is copyright in coordination with preservation. So if you can explain this in more details, and you're all invited to comment, so because it's a very important issue.
So in many countries, as you will know, there is legal deposit legislation, and publishers deposit copies for preservation in a national library service. This is terrific. In our service, we don't have that legal framework, enabling framework. We work through contracts and trust. So publishers need to voluntarily decide that they are going to deposit digital content with us, and they sign an agreement when they do so. That means they can never remove the content from the archive. It's a one-way entrance. And that if they ever stop providing access themselves, then we have the rights to make their content available, open access to everyone in perpetuity. And that's not negotiable. That is a decision our board takes. It's not a decision that the publisher is involved with. So this is a big commitment for them. They need to trust that we will honor our commitments. And it encourages them, I suppose, to continue providing that access as well, because if a mistake happens, then the content is freed. It's a very different enabling framework, I think.
Well, not at all, Alicia. I think we have quite some in common here, although the organizations do differ. Many organizations, many national libraries do have a deposit law, apart from the Netherlands. So not for printed, not for digital. We do have a law stating that we are obliged to have a national bibliography built up. But we don't have the rights actually to ask or to get these materials from publishers. So we're all on goodwill here. So it also comes down to good relations and to make sure you're a trusted partner in that. And I think we're succeeding quite well. So it's not hampering that much, especially not in the printed area, I would say. In the digital, it's different, especially when you look at the broader scope of publication, so not sticking to serials itself, but also thinking of websites as being a publication. So we're not allowed to just get a website in and preserve it, although it is published and is out there, so everybody could see that. The difficulty is that we need the permission of the webmaster or the rights owner to do that. So that's actually our process, for example, in web archiving, to really ask everybody its consent to get that website and then get it and preserve it. It's working, but of course it's very limited, especially if in contrast with the US, where you see you've got the Internet Archive doing great stuff. We can't. So we're trying to change that law, but that's a long process going on.
Now, for the per se platform, things are possibly working differently because the notion of copyright is taken on board at the time when the publications are being virtualized and when the publications are onboarded onto the platform for them to be accessible in open access. So it is an important part of the work as part of each virtualization project, i.e. to get the copyright which is consented upon by right holders. Some 75 to 90% of the contents on the platform, on the per se platform, which are copyrighted contents dating back from the second half of the 20th century, which requires that we get a consent of authors and right holders for open access distribution. So at the end of the chain, following virtualization and data processing, when we upload the contents for archiving and for possible retrieval of data, if it were the case, the copyright issue has already been processed and has already been solved.
So, yeah, because it's something like the project itself is started with the copyright mandate. That's why we will not find any problems on that. But what I was thinking about concerning the copyright is that we have many other challenges than availing the content. I mean, if there is a reproduction, I mean, if there is for the same resource, if we have a new production or it's a reproduction, how can you do it? You will work with the same as it's a separate resource. So if it's a reproduction from an old publication, an old resource, so we will manage this as we did at the first produced source, right? We will not have another permission or another copyright. Okay.
For copyrighted contents, any reproduction requires that we get the respective consent, because the copyright which is granted to us is distribution-related rights. So we sometimes are contacted to obtain or to ask for consent on some contents, on images, some of which being the original virtualized contents. And in such case, we refer the applicants to the actual right holders or copyright holders, which are the only ones who hold the rights. We don't hold these rights.
So we are all agreed of the copyright issues. If there is a question concerning this point, or we'll be back to the challenges that we have, because.
May I ask for a clarification on the interpretation of what is meant by virtualization? Because it's not obvious to me, but in the translation or the interpretation. Okay, in the translation I'm getting the word virtualization, which is not something I am familiar with as a term, perhaps, or it could be clarified as to what is meant by that.
C'est quelque chose qui a dit quand il traduit. Virtualization.
Je pense, oui, en français.
I spoke about digitization, and the interpreter used the word virtualization, which in the mind of the interpreter was the same, but the right notion is digitization, i.e. the scanning and structuring of the data so that we have finely structured data which are distribution ready. Have I answered the question? Yes, I do understand. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, says the interpreter.
Okay, so back to our point, which is for preservation with the challenges of cybersecurity, which is one of the hot topics that every archiving agency, preservation, or either any institution that holds a good collection or eminent collections are going through. So what do you think about this? How can you handle this, the cybersecurity cases? Are we ready for this now, especially when we have this term, magical term, AI? So I think we need to hear some clarifications.
Should I start? Well, if you're asking, are we ready, then I'm always a bit shy to say yes or no on this topic. So we just spoke about a lot of internal challenges, I would say, and dealing with stakeholders. Now we also face a lot of external changes, challenges, and opportunities, of course. If I would start with the cybersecurity risks. Let's say a couple of years ago, I was really easy on that. I would say, well, we have it preserved well. It's stowed away correctly. And we have a lot of technical and descriptive metadata to refine the information. Since the couple past years, with recent events happening at several institutions, I'm a bit more reluctant to that statement. And that is also because I thought we wouldn't be a target of being at risk or of hacking or cybercrime. That's normally what you think with vital infrastructure, for example, with power plants and any kind of stuff in that area. But actually, digital collections itself represent kind of the identity of a culture, of a nation. So if you really want to hit it, you go after that, right? And that's actually what we've seen, I think, in the past years, that it's also really fragile, especially with our mindset of being open and transparent as maximum as possible. That's kind of in the contradiction with actually how you should act when you want to preserve the material correctly. So this is kind of a dilemma. Of course, you want to give access and share your information with a lot of users around the globe. But on the other hand, if you do that, you also might be at risk losing that material and being part of a hack. So, yeah, we're of course learning from other events, as we've seen a couple of years ago with the British Library. They also posted, they made public a white paper on that with a lot of learning points in there. So we took that and going over that. On the other hand, you're also thinking of we're not alone in this, right? We have partners facing the same problem, so sharing ideas, also your failures with each other is really helpful, I think. So that's as a first start, I think. Go ahead.
So for us, this is an issue we take very seriously because we're a dark archive. We separate preservation, which we do for all of the content deposited with us, from the access copies where we have exercised our rights to publish the material open access. They're on different systems and networks. And the preservation copies are highly protected, they're encrypted, and here our distributed international footprint is useful because the 12 vaults are in different organizations, in different countries. And so each one is protected by a different series of layered security initiatives, some human, some physical around the buildings, and some electronic. We have successfully defended against very significant hacking attempts. Like Jeffrey, I don't like to say that that means we're secure. You don't want to invite, more attempts. But this seems to be an advantage of the international distribution. And the way the software that we use works, the 12 vaults all talk to each other. So if any little error occurs in any of the 12, the other 11 will correct it, which means that it's very difficult that any problem in a single country or region would have an effect of corrupting the information held in other parts of the world.
Pour percer, je pense que les risques ne sont pas moindres.
When it comes to per se, we are also faced with the same risks, even though we belong to the academic world more than cultural and heritage world. But academic institutions are also targeted by cyber attacks. Regarding cybersecurity, it's the university that hosts us that is in charge of managing security issues. For data, it's SINES, S-I-N-E-S, that is in charge of that. But for per se, in our ecosystem, INS at Lyon, we have the dissemination data that are archived elsewhere, but we also have a software heritage, software assets. So with cyber attack, you have two risks, a risk about our contents and also a risk against our tools. I call it a software heritage because it took us 20 years to develop those software packages. So it calls for other precautions. Telling you that we're ready, well, I cannot answer the question that directly. However, I believe that the resources we invested in preparing for what will be necessary to face that type of risk is very insufficient in our organization. We're not prepared enough.
So in my point of view now, we need to preserve resources in a preserved media. I mean, previously we were making our digitization on CDs, which the CDs needs preservation. So we will preserve the CD. And now we need, yeah, I agree with you, Jeffrey, that we need, it's a dilemma. So so I think the best way that can be done, from my point of view, is having an institution which can preserve or which be responsible, just like what we have with Gabrielle and something like that. I think this is the best case scenario. But if we don't have this, of course, every institution should be handling part of this responsibilities. And back to very interesting point. Do you want to comment, Jeffrey?
Well, yeah, you pointed out that it's of course so. You require a lot of specialists to deal with that, and preservation is certainly a really, let's say, whole profession on itself. But it's also becoming much more technical over the years, I've seen. And if I look at the underlying technical infrastructure needed to keep stuff safe at this moment is way different than, let's say, 20 years ago. You also need to invest in that. And so that sometimes brings me to the point that I think not every institution can do this alone. This is also too fragile, so you need to cooperate. And as you mentioned, CNES, for example, can bring a lot of expertise and make sure that preservation is done well. And others can benefit from that as you all work together in that part. So I kind of think you work on, let's say, making several hubs in a country or even broader to make sure that the content is safe.
Thank you. Back to a point that was discussed before when we were speaking about preservation. What do you think the impact of a natural crisis or something like that on the preservation itself? We know how it affects the resources, but we need to talk about how it affects the preservation or preserved or the archives themselves.
Now, Rabab told us to be cheerful and energetic. So let us talk about natural disasters and war for a moment, yes? This is good. So this is an important point. If you have important information and it is only in one digital archive, it is hugely at risk. Put it in multiple places, and we need resilience and cooperation here. And just look at some recent examples. Tsunamis in Japan, political changes in Hong Kong or the United States, war in the Ukraine. These put cultural heritage and knowledge materials immediately at risk. And when a crisis happens, it is too late. People are busy fleeing, protecting themselves, rebuilding, coming to grips with what is going on around them. The archiving needs to have already been done. It's too late when a crisis happens.
I've got my own
Oh, we could
mic.
sing.
Yeah. Let's. That doesn't make it very cheerful, I think, at least from my side. Yeah, so I'm also thinking of, so cooperating in that part is very important. And I'm also happy that we have the Keepers Registry now incorporated for a couple of years now in the ISSN portal, which immediately shows how safe or not safe particular periodicals are. I also think that is maybe now ready for taking a next step and see how we can make sure that fragile publications in there are safeguarded better. So that's I think an invitation to all of us. And on the other hand, it's not only I think about cooperation, it's also about what the EU is doing. So Jeremy this morning spoke about what the EU is meaning for AI, for example, but I'm also thinking of directives on cybersecurity they're now imposing. So these are really valuable, and being aware as an institution that that is something you need to take care of already brings you, I think, in the forehand of what could happen. So, yeah.
So if you have a comment, Gabrielle? Oui, juste peut-être.
Yes, just maybe our peculiar point of view. The publications we digitize for per se portal are not rare. You know, they are from the second half of the 20th century. So it's not something we've been worried with. Are we digitizing rare publications or not rare publications? Our selection criteria had to do with the readership or hyper-specialization of a title, its critical importance for one discipline, but it could be correlated to the issue of scarcity or raredom. And for a long time, our per se program developed and grew without cooperation with everything doing with the printed collections of what we digitize, that is the libraries. We first work in a partnership with publishers, and it was only with a network of librarians and other stakeholders in a collective that was set up 7 years ago. And then only did per se start cooperating. And so we shed a different look at the matter of preservation. It's about preserving digital data that cost a lot of money to produce or that became rare because they're part of collections for which we have very few copies left or fragmented, but they're not very ancient texts. And so the paper collections of university libraries come into the equation when it comes to preservation. We try to build that system with that Collège Percé collective or network to have a more fully integrated view on the matter, a vision, and to look at this on with a broader angle. It's the question of shared preservation, actually. It didn't used to be a concern of ours. At the beginning, we were just focusing on opening up, open access, disseminating scholarly publications in French. So we didn't worry so much until recently about preservation.
Thank you so much. And this is bringing us to another very important point, which is priorities. Because capacities are not an open, it's not the skies and not the limit. We do have many constraints, if you can say, for preservation. We don't have teras for every institution, and even if it's even if a commercial service is going into stepping into it, also will be limited. It will be also limited. So, if you have any idea that we can share about priorities, of course, I understand that priorities is the priority of the institution itself, but any recommendations concerning these priorities?
Yeah, I'm thinking of one directly. As we see volumes going up with a lot of publications done, the diversity of the material as well. So not only stick to one type of format, but the variety of that. The different ways we want to describe that and make that available. That all creates, I think, also a huge challenge for a library, at least for my library, to cope with. In our situation, we have seen that we have kind of a backlog, quite a huge backlog in dealing with printed material, but also with digital material, generated by change of personnel, skills going away. You need to invest in that, but also based on the increase of digital data and legacy systems still operational, which need to be migrated. If you're creating that burden, you're in a quite difficult position. So this is what we're trying to cope with at the moment. To on one hand try to invest in innovation like AI, like new ways of using the collections. But on the other hand, also make sure that we have priority for dealing with the backlog, to make sure that the challenges in scale can be accommodated, and that we keep in pace. So, for example, migration of data of digital collections will be a constant process. While years ago it was just an event once in the, let's say, 7 years, it's now a continuing business you have to deal with. That's completely something new we never envisioned in the beginning, but it's now the reality. So that should be given priority at all time.
And for us recently, I said we would come back to the important Global South community. This has become our new focus because we did a collection review and we realized just how uneven the representation was within this global archive. We had predominantly authors and publishers from Europe and North America, and that's not the scholarly record. The scholarship happens everywhere, in all languages, in all subject areas. It happens, well, you know, the beauty and the complexity of the world. So we have focused on identifying gaps, language groups, critical perspectives like LGBTQI perspectives, and we are systematically trying to reach out to find partners who can help us. And on the way, we're learning about the different ways different countries make collecting decisions. I've certainly learned a lot. Talking with colleagues in places like Brazil or South Africa or Turkey, they say, oh, we don't want to be selective at this point. We want our scholarship by our scholars in our countries and our small publishers to become more visible, to become more discoverable and accessible and preserved. So we want you to take our national collections and help us preserve those. And we're going to do it in our country as well and in our universities, but give us that added resilience. And that's a really different perspective, to be inclusive. We have capacity, so we can do that for now, but it will run out sooner or later. But the Global South is missing from the scholarly record in many ways at the moment, and it's too valuable to lose.
For us, the thing with priorities, well, you have the documentary priority. What shall we digitize and preserve first? And it's a methodological question for us. As I said earlier, we're about to review the way we develop our offer, and we'd like to do it in a more concerted fashion, hand in hand with libraries. This consultation effort leans on libraries and the whole scientific community, and this network I mentioned is an opportunity to design new ways of identifying and expanding the corpuses we want to deal with. Se developed in a so-called natural or spontaneous way. The publishers urged us to do that. They had identified us as a dissemination platform. They were eager to join, and there was a snowball effect. The first publishers coming to us were first in humanities. The project actually initially was designed for humanities, and then we acquired more visibility and trust. So we were called upon more and more. Now we have to work more in other disciplines other than humanities, and we have to actively get in touch with publishers working in other disciplines. This is when it comes to the development of contents, the selection of titles, and the expansion of our documentary typology. Se portal is dedicated to journals mainly and journals, but we have room for all scientific literature in serials. But we have another priority, which is that then of enrichment. With the new AI technological possibilities, that means we have new possibilities for enrichment. So we can consolidate our data better, and it provides us with new ways of discovering those resources. Like we're trying to establish links between the scientific papers on Per Se portal and directories or digitized libraries of medieval, middle-aged sources. So all papers talking about a manuscript should be able to create links with others and under its digitized version. We can think of a host of jillions of enrichment possibilities, and those are new possibilities to us. And of course, we have to do arbitration, but because we used to focus on structuring up, identifying authors, subparts, illustrations, but now we have this new priority with LLMs, large language models. We have a whole new field to explore, to add new forms of enrichment and of discovery of a body of knowledge.
I have the sign raised for 10 minutes left in the session. So if you have any comment, of course, we can make this session 1 hour per day, not 1 hour per conference, because we might talk till the end of the word. So if there is any question, yeah. Just at the mic.
One of the things which is missing at the moment is the publisher. I was involved with Clocks as a project, and what I found very interesting is there we had 6 publishers and 6 libraries, and they were, as a project mode, trying to work out what can be done. And it was remarkable that I learnt a lot from 2 particular women. One was Karen Hunter of Elsevier, and the other was Vicky Reich from Locks, who persuaded her husband to do some wonderful bits of technology. But essentially, they illustrated 2 sides to it. So what Vicky was arguing was the technology changed such that libraries were about lots of copies. We were safe because content was in lots and lots of different libraries, copied. Alexandria Library was a disaster because the copies were not elsewhere, so to speak. Copies is what it was about. And Karen Hunter, representing big bad Elsevier, obviously, and wily bad people, etc., but they were remarkably good because they came to the conclusion that to be a publisher now is not to assume that libraries have content, because they won't keep this digital content. They're not capable of it, generally. That was the case. So they had to make special arrangements in order to satisfy their customers. And they defined a new definition of to publish, included to make sure that it was on a digital shelf somewhere, and maybe more than one place. So they did for Portico, they did for the Dutch National Library, and they did for Clocks, etc. So they defined what publishing was about. And then similarly, there's another sort of portmanteau verb, to library. Yeah, and to library now is not necessary to keep, because they don't. Libraries don't keep, but they can select as what is important, to assign priorities. So there are 2, we've been doing libraries and publishing for a long time, but we have to reinvent what those active verbs are about. And the interesting thing about the ISSN network is library generally has, the national centres have more to do with publishers than they do with libraries. And therefore, if they understand that the new verb to publish includes to make arrangements for your content, in the case of your demise, but for your content to be put into archives, put into deposit, and then it becomes not preservation so much as continuity of access. And that I think is one of the sort of stories, I think, of people we've got associated. I mean, you know, your comment, I'm talking to the choir here, but, you know, those two people with what libraries meant, lots of copies, and Karen Hunter, you know, it was the publishers who decided that if, in fact, a publisher failed to publish, it would be put on open access, because they argued that was what being a publisher was about, is ensuring that your content was out there. Sorry, it's not quite a question, but it...
I would say so, indeed. Quite a statement, Peter, but thank you very much. And of course, you're completely right on that. Happily, libraries also learned over the past 2 decades, I think, so we evolve. And one of the big evolvements, I think, and that's of course your contribution, thanks to your contribution, is the Keepers Registry, right? Where they're all together as archiving agencies, also behind the ISSN. So if we could, and I agree, we should stay in the conversation with different disciplines, different kind of perspectives on what is actually needed to keep things safe over the longer term. What can we do with the material, not only piece by piece, but also in data mining and all AI possibilities, giving you new views on the data as a set. But I think it begins with finding each other also as archiving agencies. So I think we differ very much from each other, but also the possibility to learn from each other in that perspective.
And can I just give some numbers from the fantastic Keepers Registry? I wish there was a Keepers Registry for books, but alas, there is not. So for keepers, we know of the serials in the world, 25% don't seem to be archived in any organization currently reporting to the Keepers Registry. So in your organizations, you can encourage publishers to archive. You can share your holdings information about what you're preserving through the Keepers Registry. For the 75% of serials that are preserved somewhere, most of them are only preserved in one archive. It's a tiny fraction that are in more than one place. And that's not good enough. It means that all of our resources are at risk. So the Keepers Registry is a fundamental tool for collaborative preservation.
Oui, merci. Je vais parler en français.
I'll be speaking in French. Yes, we do need copies for digital materials and documents, but not only copies. We need also special tools. I'm specialized in digital preservation at the French National Library. I work with Jeffrey and many others on the preservation and the use of open source tools, free access, that we maintain with the Open Preservation Foundation. Jeffrey might tell you more about our 15 years of joint work with other national archives and libraries and many other institutions within that organization.
Thank you so much. If there is another quick question, because we are running out of time. Okay, so please.
Thank you very much. Maybe a summary question. I am now on this side of the table. A question was asked concerning the Global South being part of the discussion. Since Monday, we'll be discussing publishing, we'll be discussing access, we'll be discussing preservation. So what is the Global North that is more advanced doing about all these elements of scholarly materials as regards the extinction? Because majority of these Keepers Register, Global Archive, Internet Archive, majority of the Global South institutions are not part of it. Are we ready to lose all the scholarly materials of the Global South? What can we do?
Should I start off? I certainly think, and also looking at the map in my mind of the ISSN national centers, and not covered in every part of the world, I think that's certainly an issue. And one of the questions I was actually thinking in my mind was also of how can we reach out to make sure that we are inclusive on that part, because some material is really vulnerable. As you mentioned, digitized content is not always that unique, but if you're talking about born digital material and about grey literature, about reports, about web archiving, social media, all these materials are at danger because they're quite unique. So we need to act quite swiftly, I think. It's not something we can wait for another 10 years for.
Thank you so much. If there's no question,
there is one. Okay.
We still have only 1 minute, so.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, thank you very much for the thoughtful discussions. I come from a background where the library and the archive are two different institutions, and when it comes to managing and preserving national documents, there's usually some confusion as to whether in terms of the preservation and then the digitization of these documents. So I just want to know, for instance, where do we stand? First is whether can we preserve a document without it being digitized? That is the first issue. And in instances for preservation and digitization, should the archive lead or the National Library? I would want to know. Thank you.
So I trained as an archaeologist, and I don't understand, well, I do understand, I guess. I am constantly, I don't know the word, surprised at the divisions between libraries, archives, and I would add museums and galleries as well. These are complementary skill sets, and if there were some magical way to get everybody happily working together, it would be better. The archivists bring a real attention to where a piece of information has come from and the chain of possession for authenticity. Librarians are brilliant on discovery, and museums are really good in public interpretation and making things exciting. We need all of these skill sets, and perhaps there are different ways in different countries to fuse them together.
Yeah, maybe I can add on that coming from a library, I do, of course, see the differences with other kind of institutes, such as archives and museums. But we also work closely together because the professions are sometimes the same. So, of course, librarians are different than archivists, but on preservation or on giving access to material, you can learn a lot from each other. So I work closely with the National Archives of the Netherlands. They're neighbors, of course, in The Hague, in the Netherlands. But we have a meetup every now and then with their team and our team to exchange ideas and share project insights. And that helps. And on the larger scale, thinking of collaborative work in a country, we have a Dutch digital heritage network, which is a cooperation together with all kind of heritage organizations, from museums to any kind of archive we have that can join that network, and we share our ideas and insights in how do we preserve and give access to digital content, digital collections.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, but the point is whether in terms of the archiving, preservation, and then digitization, the processes involved in the archive, it wasn't necessarily the same in the library. That was my point.
Okay. We do digitize ourselves. I know that the National Archives is doing that as well, but mostly we work with partners in that. And we do that also in a program, a national program, where archives, museums, and libraries, university libraries and national libraries, can benefit from. So we make use of kind of a program, of that program, and request for digitization of a special collection, and you get some money for that, and then can digitize that. That's all interlinked in a joint effort across these heritage organizations.
Thank you so much. I think if there is any further question, we can email it, or our colleagues are very cooperative and they can reply. Thank you so much for participation. I have to close the session now. I would like to thank so much our panelists for their time and for efforts and as an eminent experts. Thank you for attending this session, and thanks for the ISSN International Center for availing this very good opportunity. We hope you a very good time in the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Take some picture time. It's important.
Take this off just a moment.
It's better. Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Nous arrivons déjà à la fin de ce programme.
We are coming close to the end of this session today with the last but one speaker, Hervé Schneiweis. But before Hervé Schneiweis comes to the rostrum, let me share with you his biography details. He is a medical PhD. He's emeritus researcher at the neuroscience in Sorbonne University and an oncologist at the PT-Salpêtrière. He is also involved in bioethics in the way she's been sharing at many national, international committees with a long list I won't all mention. He also authored several books on bioethics, human embryo, stem cells, and he authored more than 200 scientific and scholarly papers. And in this respect, he's going to be telling us about the new challengers for scholarly publishing. We look forward to hearing you, sir. Please come up to the rostrum.
There is a time when you get gray hairs where if you start with your CV, you have no time for your testimony.
Là, vous avez là, et vous le voyez en dessous, et vous avez des notes ou bon. Non, c'est le deuxième, le gros bouton.
Okay, so just my declaration of links of interest, because as you see, I'm by any means a practitioner. I am a practitioner in the hospital. I am a practitioner in the INSERM ethics committee and other committees. So I'm going to speak to you as a practitioner. So. For a scientist, it's obvious that being a scientist, whether it is on the clinical point of view in the hospital or on the fundamental point of view in the lab, there is no way not to publish. You are not a scientist if you are not publishing. So, as already said, I am I'm not that proud that I had to make 200 scientific publications for such a small result, for example, improving clinical conditions of my patients. But that's the way it goes. In addition, I was an editor-in-chief of the French review Médecine Science. So I'm going to tell you about what is to be an editor of a French-speaking biomedical review, and what it was in the time of shift from print to digital. And also, from the position I have, I see several new challenge or renewed challenge about access, validation, authorship, and conservation. So what is Médecine Science? Médecine Science was an incredible dream 40 years ago to make a scientific journal at the same level as Nature or Science, but in French. Well, it appears rapidly that it was a little bit too challenging, so it turned to be the highest level, high profile, but publishing reviews, synthesis. It was an association between French and Canada, Quebec, but gathering all the French-speaking Switzerland, Belgium, African countries where it was possible from Maghreb or from the other part, and South Asia. So when we were as a journal printed journal, we still are a bit a printed journal, but just not a lot of copies. The idea was to have a complete issue, complete journal every month. And I remember that the 100 pages that I received, I started by the end. First because the summary was on the last page, but also because some news were at the end of the review, and I was reading the journal from the beginning to the end, but upside down. Well, this was the idea of a printed journal, and letting the journal close to the copy machine, we were thinking at that time that because we were printing 5,000 copies, most likely we had 20,000 readers because of the possibility from one to the other, and more importantly, to have people discussing about these papers. When came the digitalization, we were a bit afraid of what could happen, and it was the idea that such journals are going to disappear with this digitalization. To make a long story short, I spoke of 5,000 copies. The last numbers last year was 4 million articles downloaded under a PDF format from the review. 4 million, and it's real download, not just computers connecting to the website. We are available on the editor EDP website. We are available on the INSERM website because INSERM is in charge of the journal. So an incredible increase. Most of the journal now is open access for several years. An incredible speed. But what we see is that now people only read one paper. And we are still making an issue a month. Not me, but the team that succeeded to me. But now the way that people are reading articles, it's completely different. And there is something interesting to see is that sometimes, because most likely a teacher in the university recommend one paper, even a paper 5 years old or 10 years old in the biomedical field, 5 years old or 10 years old, it's an incredible length of time. Suddenly you have 500 downloads or 1,000 downloads. So it's clear that it was for students. So there is this discussion between what we want, what do we want to really create, a compendium, a journal with a specific content, or do we publish just article with no relationship from one to the other? What kind of new fragility, what kind of new visibility we get, and what kind of new readership we have with this kind of things. So I promised to you to speak of the 4 challenges. I'm going to now go to these 4 challenges. So first, it's obvious, but need to be recalled. Publish or perish. There is no way for a scientist to live or to make a career or just to get a job without publishing. But obviously, you publish not only because of your career. You publish because you want to disseminate your result and you want to be part of the game. I have done this kind of experiment. I raised this kind of result. I want to share my knowledge. Now comes the question of validation of knowledge, and we will return to that with the flood of preprints, which is a real problem now about how we validate the results, not only paper mills, but real papers, and how we preserve memory, and we will return on do we have to preserve everything or only specific things. So let's start with the question of access. You most likely know that for authors, the question of access in the era of open access is now really a problem because of the cost of open access papers. It was evaluated by our institutions. For the networks of French universities, Couperin, it's 4 million a year. For institutions like INSERM, is several millions a year to pay for these publications. So obviously, you have rich teams that are able to raise good grants, and other teams. Sometimes you have you are not lucky enough to get your grants, and you have a break in your continuity. And obviously, it's creating inequalities between countries that can pay and countries that have more difficulties to pay. So APC is really a wall now for publication. Readers, many papers, many journals, and a publisher was named, but there are several like that when they are publishing the great journals. They are still asking for incredible cost. And several times during the last years, you have seen that our French organization, Couperin, which is a network of the universities to have subscriptions to scientific journals, or institutions said, even to an editor like Elsevier, where it's too costly, we are going to stop. And maybe we are going to publish our works directly on our website. And there is more and more discussion about how is going to come the publication in the following years. So you have this incredible paradox of open science, which is that on the paper it's wonderful to disseminate more, wonderful to show to the public that the incomes they pay serve to advancement of science and they have access to this advancement of science. And paradox, because especially in the field of biomedicine, some data need to be covered by confidentiality or privacy. And also the paradox of this new cost and this new aspect. I'm going to return on the predatory journals later. And also, the find that you have a divide, clear divide between the North and the South, and we have seen that now some countries are reacting, and rise of new publishing is very inspiring, I think. So the next challenge, the next challenge is the question of trust. So what kind of validation? And once again, open science and the speed allowing preprint, and now all the paper of my team and most of the department I was ahead until last year, we are putting them on bioarchives, on our med-archive, so as preprint, because it can take generally 1 year between the time you can put it on the preprint archive and the time it's really published. But now it's really difficult to follow this flood of preprints. And we don't know when a preprint is finally published, and very often it's never published. And we had a flood of papers at the COVID time. Some estimations are that 80% of the papers published as preprint were never published in a review because of lack of statistics, lack of correct methodology, and things like that. So an incredible garbage that is growing more and more. We see also that peer review, it's at stake, because all the publishers and all the editors say the same thing. We have more and more difficulties to find reviewers, because on the other side, the reviewers are overflowed by work, and I receive requests for reviews, maybe 2 or 3 a day, so I refuse most of them, but then who you can find to make a real review? What kind of traceability? So here you are the good ones to make this traceability. But we have to reinvent this validation process, and maybe not to go the easy way that could be to have a kind of TripAdvisor or star cutting with, you don't know who is putting 3 stars or 2 stars to a paper. They like it, they don't like it. No, we really need to see what kind of expertise need to be mobilized to really trust in the thing. So this led me to arrive to the EI questions. I know we are not in a EI meeting, but we are not going to escape from living in the EI time. So clearly, we need to wonder who is the author. We need to know who is responsible. We need to know what kind of tools are used and what impact on the society it will have. And this lead to the need of accountability. So just to go fast, these 2 sentences taken from Jean-Pierre Dupuy, a philosopher, the engineers of tomorrow will be an apprentice sorcerer not by negligence or incompetence, but will be one deliberately. And this other statement taken from Hannah Arendt, it could be that we will forever be unable to understand the things which nevertheless we are able to do. And these are the main questions of EI in our field. So INSERM published the INSERM Ethics Committee in combination with the Scientific Council published a recommendation earlier this year, in February, on the good use of EI systems at INSERM. And we were asking the researchers to get out of naivety, to understand that if they are using ChatGPT or Claude 3 or any open access chat box or EI system. And if they are putting their data in this system, their data become available to the system, which is scraping the web all the time. So loss of data confidentiality with the possibility for competitors to get these results. The risk also of disseminating biased data or hallucinations. Several times, it appears that when I was playing with ChatGPT, I was trying to raise a complex questions, asking for references. I got papers in Science or Natures that never existed. I had to check on the website of Science or Nature, but trust me, the paper were never published by these journals. But the reference appeared to be exactly what you could attend from these journals. So we request from our researchers that they clearly mention that they use or not EI and what kind of system they were using. So you will have now in papers a section for EI, the same as you have a section for statistics. It's very important, it's the continuation of what we were just saying on preservation. Very important to have the details on what kind of data were used, what is the version, because, for example, for genetic data, you have update almost every month. So it's very important to know when and where and with what kind of data the system was trained. It's also very important to know what kind of filters or things like that. And at the end of the day, the main thing is that whatever is the result, which is occurring after that, it's the responsibility of the researchers. It's not the responsibility of the EI system, it's the responsibility of the researchers that are publishing, and they have to find ways for reliability and ways to identify potential biases. Now, there is another very important point, which is that we are at INSEAM a public institution. We have duties with the society, among which the climate change transition. So these systems are consuming incredible amount of energy. You have to realize that 1 gigawatt, which is the size of the data centers that are built now, is 1 nuclear power. So if we go to what was said by a billionaire a few days ago, he said, I want to build a system of 1,000 gigawatt. It should mean 1,000 nuclear plants. We are also responsible for privacy, so we strongly encourage small language model instead of large language model to make EI frugal and sober, and also to encourage sovereignty to develop our own system. So I'm going to go a little bit faster. Questions of conservation of value. We moved from scarcity to overabundance, and it was already clear when I did my PhD that only 1 paper out of 10, it was the word of my supervisors, 1 paper out of 10 was really new and of interest. 2 or 3 could be either fraudulous or wrong, and 7 were not even wrong. It was already that 40 years ago. It's even more now. I should say, from what I read in the literature, that 9 papers out of 10 are just even not wrong. So would we keep this enormous amount of uninteresting papers? And who is going to make the curation? So this is the real problem of noise. The next point I wanted to say was the fact that we still are with the human dimensions. And I mentioned earlier that you can have journals that are, some are predatory journals. Okay, we are not going to make humanity perfect. You will have always crooks and people like that. Some papers are clearly fraudulous, okay? But you need to see that you have also perverse incentive in our system. We have the case in France of a very sadly famous researcher in the south of France, in Marseille, that created a whole system with friends to create publications, to make cross citations and to become a world leader in its own field that is created by itself. It was the promoter of hydroxychloroquine. I will not mention more the guy. So to end up, we need to move to a future with the ethical challenge that we see. These ethical challenges are access, reliability, transparency, sustainability. We need for that standards that are also standards for integrity. You have mentioned a lot of organizations. I should say that from what I saw of my various interactions with international institutions, bodies that have their own difficulties, such as UNESCO or the European Commissions, are also very good interactor, I think, for you to try to build a fair, sustainable, and inclusive system. Thank you so much for listening. I think there is no question.
We have some time for a few questions, if you want.
Mais vous pouvez prendre la photo. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Je peux y répondre en français.
Are there questions I can answer in French or in English?
Tout était crystal clear.
Everything was crystal clear. Wonderful.
Vous savez exactement the road to take.
So you now know the way to go, the road to take.
The question then is going to be about selection. If you are saying that keeping everything is maybe a mistake, as you imply, then there has to be some selection of priorities. So who does the selection? Is that a part of the library verb? Do we need, therefore, scholarly librarians? Is this from the discipline? Is this from a cabal inside one discipline?
It's clear that it needs to be collaborative work done with the specialist of the field. When I say specialist, I want to say the scientist on one side and the other professional publishers, librarians. Because most likely it will not be the same, for example, for history, papers from social science. These kind of papers, maybe they can last for decades and being still relevant. And on the other way, papers in the field of biomedicine. Most of the papers, if not all the papers that have been published in genetics, and I have developed genetics in the hospitals since the early 90s. Most of the papers that have been published until, let's say, 2005, the new sequencing techniques, nobody cares because they are so either old or biased with the techniques that were used at that time, that only the ones that have been replicated or confirmed with new techniques could be considered. So you have a lot of things. I'm not a fan of metrics, but you know that most of papers are not cited. So is it really important to consider papers that were never cited or that have been cited 1 or 2 times? So these are open questions. I have no direct answer. It will be specific field by field and need to be seen by the whole actors of the field. But it's simply not possible to keep everything. I strongly recommend you to, because it's exactly like the human memory, I strongly recommend the novel by Borges, Fennes, or The Mnemonist. The guy is remembering everything. And he say, my head is like a garbage. So it's not possible to keep everything. We need to be selective because of the amount of publication, because of the energy cost, because of the cost of hard disk or cloud to preserve all these things. So we need to be selective. How to be selective? We need to work together to find the way.
Merci beaucoup pour.
Thank you very much for this insight. I have a question on the review, not so much by peers, but the open review process, which you compared to the TripAdvisor of science, quote unquote. What is your take on what the European Commission has been promoting, which is called citizen science, quote unquote? Do you have an opinion on that? With citizen science involving citizens and the general public in assessing research, irrespective of the discipline, or should it be to promote science to the general public in order to disseminate it further and to encourage more people to engage in science and scientific disciplines? Now, this would bring us in a very lengthy discussion. Let me try and give you a short answer. There are expert citizens. There are specialized and specialist citizens. Very clearly, there are people who, in their own specific and respective disciplines like climate, or biodiversity, to just mention these 2 examples, are global level, high caliber experts, which are on a par with the highest scholarly and scientific experts, and they should be onboarded. Now, there is also a duty of transparency, of openness, and a duty of making higher education and academic universities and institutions accountable. We have nothing to hide. We have to protect confidentiality and privacy, but when results are to be confirmed, of course, we need to keep them confidential, but we have nothing to hide, and they should be disclosed in due time. Now, having said that, we need to come up with a way, building upon participatory sciences, find a way to engage citizens, and which would be a way to promote scientific literacy, to make people to understand what is scientific doubt and data which is beyond reasonable doubt, irrespective of the method being used and irrespective of the scientific doubt. Earth is not flat, and this is and this is done and behind us, full stop. The same way as global warming should not be disputed. It's been 40 years that we have the data and statistics backing that. So we need to engage the general public into this scientific, science-based learning and analysis would be a good thing. Now, the way to do it and how to do it is another story. I'm very fortunate to be invited to citizens forums or man in the street discussions or citizen cafes, but there are usually very few people, 2 or 3 people attend these sessions, and they're always experts in the discipline at hand. It's not really a question I want to ask, but more of a comment I want to make now. Picking up on your suggestion to work on selection at source. Well, most or all national libraries have a legal deposit service with no selection of contents at source. So if we are to follow you, sir, we would need to have to adapt these legal deposit processes and regulations in the face of this booming number of online resources, which is drowning the library sphere, knowing that the legal deposit regulations have to be adapted to the digital technology age. So these are discussions to be held in the national libraries. Anyways, these are discussions which are open, and at INSERM, jointly with our advisory board, we are trying to make sure that searchers do not publish in inappropriate journals, quote unquote, i.e. predator journals, or not necessarily officially predator journals, but which we know shouldn't be published in. So we are trying to convey the message that in scientific dissemination and in their carriage, it wouldn't be desirable that they publish in such journals, even though they are high visible journals. And remember that the NIH guidelines said that papers should not be published in more than 3 authorized journals. So it's a way to telling researchers to try and publish in the best journals and not in too many. Now, the question is that each and every one of us are so happy to be able to be published in Nature, Science, or such other journals, but knowing that these journals come at gigantic cost. You know, the cost of publishing such a journal reached some 10,000 euros. I did publish one in Neuroscience Nature, and I know what I'm talking about.
I think we can close now the question session, and we will...
J'ai pas de présentation. Donc, il m'appartient maintenant de terminer.
Now, my role is to close this day, this conference. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the speakers who were so kind and friendly to us by coming with us to celebrate the 50th anniversary of ISSN Network and its community, and celebrate as well the work we've been carrying out for traceability, and not the evaluation, but traceability of titles of periodicals and serials. It sheds light on the work we perform in a broader perspective of support to research. So I'd like to also thank those who were able to tell us about digital preservation, those who mentioned the Keeper's Registry. Here we have Peter Burnell with us. He was a linchpin. He was key in setting it up, and we continue the mission. It's a heavy load on our shoulders. In a few words, I'd like to summarize the day and give us some avenues for further thinking. First, several speakers reminded us that, and Carol Rickalton on identifiers, they reminded us that we're not merely a technology, we're also a community. Hence, all the research around the social construction of science and techniques. Of course, we have a portal that is being revamped, but the most important thing is to have you, the national centers, and all our partners with us so that this portal and the data we create and maintain are useful and meet the demands and needs of the communities. Second highlight of the day, I would say, we talked of the importance of international and multilateral cooperation based on trust. And this was reiterated in the presentations. It's key to keep up this trust in our infrastructures and in our network. Thanks to Chinwe Anunobi, the director of the National Library of Nigeria. Let's not forget, we don't all live in the same environments, in the same context. We heard Chine's comment on the preservation of cultural and scientific heritage in Nigeria, and in other countries it's the case also. We have to operate as an international network along with UNESCO. And there was an appeal this morning by Faxon Banda on that, so that national centers and their host institutions give information and contribute by working with the UNESCO national commissions in order to identify heritage in danger that could be listed on the list of the World Heritage, and so they can get subsidies in order to do so, to maintain and preserve that heritage. And other speakers mentioned the universality that we try to uphold, this cooperation and communication amongst ourselves on the global scale, and of course with our partners. Those are the 4 points I wanted to highlight at the time of closing this day. I'd like to thank again all the speakers. I'd like to thank all the team of the International Center of ISSN. They made it all possible. I'd like to thank the France ISSN National Center. They collaborated with us in an exemplary way. We collaborated with them. And before we depart for the day, because we still have another day tomorrow, another meeting, but as the president and vice president of the board said, I'd like to invite all the board members for a family picture before we depart.
Et l'équipe du Centre international peut aussi se joindre à
And
nous,
the
ainsi que l'équipe
people,
du
the
Centre
members of the
national
International Center and of the French National Center of ISSN are also invited on stage for the family picture. Many thanks.